Hello. Wait. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Is the music overpowering me, or am I being too loud? Because this is... I can see the levels. I can see the levels of volume for me and the desktop music, but I don't know if like how it sounds like to you. So I know that, oh, if this level is okay, then that's how I'm gonna keep the game later on. How's it? Because that game got some good music, and I don't want to completely, remove it. I don't want to put it too low that, like, you can't hear it at all. Okay, well, that's fine then. If you think it's okay, then you tend to be pretty accurate with your things. Okay, tell me if it's too low. Because I feel like last time it was pretty good. And I want to try and keep it at that level, but then I don't know, my Streamlabs keeps like, I feel like it keeps moving my settings around because every time it feels different. Anyway. Anywho. Get out of here, happy music. No. We need that. We need this one right now. Wait, where is it? They're always a pain. Oh, man. Oh, here we go. I'm finally not busy or too busy to do this. So that's great. Because the last time I felt really sad that I couldn't do it. Because of all of that work. And then, but at the same time, it felt like kind of a nice break. Because, yeah. So I think I'm glad to get back into this. And I'm really curious about where the story is gonna go. I'm really hoping it goes into a good direction. Alright. That's not the background we want. That's too... stands out too much. No. Or... that just flickered so much. There we go. A nice, relaxing background. Yeah, hopefully. Let's see where it goes. Oh shoot, look at how many things we've made after we suddenly got choices. Damn. Oh heck, choice is safe. Even though we haven't gone back once on our choices. Yeah. Well, we haven't gotten a bad ending so far. We haven't gotten any ending so far. And we've made it pretty far, I think. Who knows? I'm curious where the other ones go. But anyway. And that, I was sure, was the end of me. I am, even now, putting her through a harrowing experience. Digging up the memories she locked away, the past she wanted to pretend never happened, and laying it all out before her once more. But I must get her back to who she once was, even if it means forcing her to endure this. She must remember everything, because I need to know. Why did she become the maid, and what secrets does this house hold? You're Michael. Yes, my name is Michael. I am not the white-haired girl. The person you were searching for was a man who once hurt you deeply. Me. Why? What was her why referring to? Why I hurt her? Or why I'm here? Or perhaps, why I didn't show up until now? Not having an answer for her, I clenched her cold hands in mine. I wonder, were her hands this cold that night too? There's still more we need to see though, and it's still too soon for me to apologize. When she's gotten everything back, only then can I. Once she's reclaimed herself, that is when I must tell her. Now, let us return to our past. Our story has only just begun. No matter what we thought or what we desired, no matter what we lost or how much pain we suffered, we must not shut this door. Perfect darkness embraced us once more. I can see nothing, not even the woman beside me. But I shall not let go of her hand. I do not want her to slip away from me. I do not want to lose her. Stay with me? Are you alright? Oh, maybe this is that man who's supposed to watch over Michael. Ah. Oh, thank goodness, you're awake. How's your head? Can you see me? What? You had me scared silly there. I thought I might have lost you for good. I'm really glad you're alive. Where am I? And who is this man? What was I doing? Oh, you feeling up for any food? I can whip up some porridge for you right quick. Ah, I was in the forest. It was raining. Before that, I was at the mansion. I feel sick, like there's still something in my stomach. No, thank you. I don't want anything. Oh, you really should have something. You need to keep up your energy. Unless you want to conk out again in an hour. Sounds good to me. I'd rather never wake up at all. You're not in the highest of spirits either, it seems. All the more reason to get something warm in you. Please, have something. I've got milk on the fire. I bet you can handle a cup of that. Yeah. Okay, good. That's good. At least it sounds are okay. You start losing all hope once the cold gets that deep in you, reaches down to your core. Take me at my word, please. Just one sip. You'll feel like a whole new gal. A heart-wrenchingly pleasant aroma wafted up as steam from within the wooden cup. Succumbing to the sweet smell, I lifted the cup to my lips for just one sip. And the warmth that spread through me brought tears to my eyes. Perhaps there really was kindness in the world. A ripple spread across the surface of the milk. I heard a gentle sigh come from the man beside me, after which he said with a smile, "You should take it easy for the day." Oh. I'm so glad someone found her. I had lost the willpower to think about anything. I didn't care what had happened to me, or why I was here, who he was, or even where this was. I spent the whole day in bed, just watching the sun slowly slide across the wooden floor. It felt like I was somewhere far, far away. At times, I felt like a lost child, and at times like a sickly old woman on her deathbed. Watching the sun travel gave me a renewed awareness of the passage of time, and the fact that each moment that went by was another moment I was alive. I realized then that it had been a while since I had gotten more than a brief glimpse at any sunlight. It almost surprised me how colorful the world seemed beneath the sun's light, something I didn't get much of in the dark mansion. Only after losing something do you realize how much you need it. Warm milk, the light shining through the window, and a bed that smelled like springtime. With those three, my heart slowly began to defrost, and I started to regain the willpower to stand on my own 2 feet. Thank you for everything. You sure you're in any shape to be on your feet? Yes, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. You looked pretty beat up to me. But you look a lot better now. And you're talking a lot more clearly than before. You've been very generous, despite having never met me before, and for that you have my deepest gratitude. Without your help, I would no longer be in this world. I don't deserve your thanks. You are alive now because God's guidance made it so. God? I came across you early this morning as I was heading into the forest to hunt. Imagine my surprise seeing a young lady like you on the ground in my path. What were you doing in the forest? Oh, you don't have to tell me if you'd rather not. Everyone's got their own share of personal problems. You're not going to demand I talk? I've no reason to force you to do anything. You look like you'd been to hell and back. What? I could tell just looking at you. Now then, do you have somewhere you can go? Oh, does he not know that we're from the mansion? Somewhere to go? Of course I don't. I can't go back to the capital or the mansion. Huh. If not, then why don't you just stay here? Yeah. Sure, it's a small village. We're self-sufficient and we all help each other out. No tax-hungry lords know we built the place up either, so we keep everything we make. We're pretty remote as a result, and the harvest isn't fantastic, but I'm sure you'll find it comfortable here. The rest of the villagers will be glad to have you. It's just some rando guy. What do you say? Sorry, Mum. What I'm about to do might make the rest of the family's lives more difficult, but I don't want to have to feel any more pain. If I really wouldn't be inconveniencing you, if it's really okay, then yes. I would like to stay here. Oh, that's great to hear. I was loath to send you back out there in your current condition. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? The name's Amity. Amity. Just one lowly villager of many. I am Giselle. Giselle? That's a beautiful name. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a vacant house. Clean it up and you can call it home. I couldn't possibly ask for that. I doubt others would like it if I just took a house for myself. That shouldn't be an issue. I'm the village's representative, more or less. Representative? Like the chief? Only a name, though. As I mentioned, we're not on any lord's maps, so I don't have much representing to do. The only reason I ended up in charge is because I'm a bit more educated than anyone else. It was a long time ago, but I understudied with a priest. Because of that, I'm familiar with the Bible's teachings. So rather than a chief, the people of the village look at me more like a priest. Wouldn't be much fun if the church found out about that, haha. They're liable to think I'm acting unordained. Then, you believe in God? Well, that's quite the question. Of course God exists. He's always watching over us. That's why you survived, because he protected you. I understand that your faith can waver when you're going through times of tribulation. Those are the times when it's most important that you keep sight of who you are. Right. Now you get some rest. Tomorrow I'll show you around the village. Thank you. I truly mean it. I really, sincerely appreciate everything. Don't mention it, Giselle. This is your village now, too, so you don't need to act like a stranger anymore. Okay. Aw, Amity. Oh, he is Amity. He seems like a nice man. Maybe here I can live in peace. It'll be alright, I'm sure. Yeah. I wasn't silly enough to believe my life would be perfect, but I had found a tiny fragment of my lost hope. While I had once been ready to give up on absolutely everything, I was starting to feel like I might be able to smile again, eventually. Like I might be able to get back on my feet, and in order to do that, I had to cast aside my past once more. Forget everything that had happened at the Bollinger estate, and everything that had happened at that mansion. Forget about Michael. There was one niggling curiosity, though, that I couldn't shake. Something he said before I left. My very existence threatens to tear down that house. The cursed younger son of the Bollinger family, Michael, who made a pact with the devil, who is supposed to be dead but is very much alive. What had he meant by that? Why would people think he was dead? No, I don't care about Michael one bit. Forget it. Forget everything. Meanwhile, the house was as it had always been, wrapped in a thick silence. Oh, I can use my controller to click instead of my map. Hold up, I just discovered something. Yeah, that is a nice touch. It makes it really easy to, understand the change. Giselle's shadow, which had been lurking in the halls for about a month, was nowhere to be found. She hadn't come back since running off that day. My secret was still safe. Her efforts had, in the end, all been for naught. Back to the way things were. But despite my mind telling me that it was for the best, I felt a kind of guilt seething in the back of my chest. And any attempts to figure out why only made me feel worse. But the look on her face then. Please, hear me out. I didn't know anything about you. I wasn't sniffing around or trying to bring you any harm in any way. Was that really her just putting on an act because I revealed her scheming? She was screaming, though. She looked genuinely terrified when she knocked my hand away. I'm not falling for anything. I just feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something that doesn't add up. Be quiet. Silence, please. My head was pounding beyond belief. I couldn't stand anything. This world, the creature I was, the witch's whispering. The archangel looking down upon me seemed to be cackling from somewhere far out of reach. So for whatever it was worth, to escape from his gaze. I once again drew the drapes over the stained glass window.
Whoa, it's someone new. Hey, where you from? You gonna be here long? Are you?
We hardly ever get visitors here, so they're downright awestruck by you. You'll be getting a lot of attention for a little, but please don't let it get to you. No, that's just fine. I'll do my best to get along with everyone. Haha, you've got a spark in you that wasn't there yesterday. Anything in particular that cheered you up? In particular? Once I decided I was going to stay here, I just sort of started feeling better about things. And I figured I couldn't stay gloomy forever. I see. Glad to hear it. And it's all thanks to you, Amity. Keep thanking me like that and my cheeks might get struck red. In any event, I said I'd show you around yesterday, so how about we do that? Lead the way. That said, we're a modest little village of about 100. Everyone knows everyone. Was that size? It looks pretty big to me. Amity was taking the lead. We walked through the village, passing by crop fields and milk cows, presumably shared among the villagers. Houses were scattered across an area that seemed far too large for only 100 people. Actually, getting a better look at them, the buildings were dilapidated, looking more like ruins than residences. Is it still supposed to be thundering? Once upon a time, this was a city rather than a village. Then your ancestors lived here. Oh no, we were drifters fortunate enough to come across some decent looking land, so we stuck around. How do you know what it was like before then? There were a few stone tablets left behind, and based on what we were able to extract from their text, this area used to be a large city with a booming economy rivaling that of the capital. There weren't hundreds, but thousands of people bustling about. Merchants from afar came in droves. It was much like how the capital is now. Actually, this area was more open to foreigners. People of all different races speaking as many different languages. It was evidently quite the sight and sound. I had no idea there was such a city here. That's what happens when a place is wiped from history. I couldn't tell you how reliable the tablets are, but if you take them at their word, the city lost everything in just a single week. What? People, crops, livestock, all dead. Maybe it was a natural disaster, a famine, a plague. I can't say for sure. Or a witch. This is what the tablets say, though. We have been cursed by the witch. Oh, cursed by the witch. Look over there. You see that river? That used to be there used to be a magnificent bridge crossing it. But there's hardly anything left of it. If you continue along the path beyond the fallen bridge, there's a forest. And that's where I found you. Oh, my thing was muted. Oops. Cursed! The witch who supposedly destroyed the city lives in the house deep in the forest. She's been there for years and years and years, and she casts her curse on anyone who goes near it. The city was so large that the mansion was actually in its borders. My guess is the bridge was built to mark the road leading to it. Now, as you can see, the bridge is gone and the houses still standing are practically in ruins. But the mansion alone looks just as it did back then. The witch living in the mansion goes by the name Morgana. According to the records, someone by that name was executed in this area for witchcraft. Even in death, she continues to bear her grudge against mankind. Who knows how much of it is true, though? Truth or fiction, the story has taken root in this region. The city's history may be lost, but the legend of the witch continues to be told. People have a tendency to keep stories alive that scare them. Sorry, didn't mean to disturb you. No, I'm fine. You're best staying away from the mansion and the forest at any rate. There's no saying what might happen if curiosity gets the better of you. Better safe than sorry if you ask me. Aside from the mansion, this is as peaceful a village as you'll find. I don't know where you're from, but I'm glad you didn't end up wandering up there. Yeah, that would be a shame. I know all about the mansion and who lives there. I was there, after all, with Michael for a full month. But I don't remember any cursed witch. Just a man with a bone-chilling stare or glare. Maybe the rumors about a witch living there were spread by him, or perhaps even his family. I could see them doing that. But none of that matters to me anymore. I'm never going anywhere near that house again. The witch's curse, Michael, they're nothing to me. With nowhere else to go, I ended up in this small village. There was no denying that there was very little to speak of here. I found peace in that nothingness. I couldn't have been more blessed that such a kind man had found me and welcomed me into his village. The village ran entirely on its own crops and livestock. They had no currency, merely bartered amongst themselves. Coming from a merchant's family, everything felt so new. I had never plowed a large plot of land, milked a cow, used a loom before. At first I wasn't sure what to think, being such a departure from my lifestyle in the capital. But over time, I grew more comfortable with my new life, and the people of the village started thinking of me as one of them.
Come on, Giselle, come play with us. We're playing hide and seek today. I can't, sorry, I'm spinning yarn. You can do that later. Come on, play with us. Oh, stop that. Don't pull on my skirt. Oh, all right, you win. When I'm done with this, I'll join you. And no ditching. We'll be down at the square, okay? Got it. See you there.
Uh-huh. Kids have taken quite a liking to you.
Ah, Amity.
You think so? They've been incredibly lively since you arrived. Children are more sensitive than adults.
Sensitive?
They're very perceptive of how others are feeling. If you begrudgingly play along, they'll pick up on that quickly. You like children, and that's a wonderful thing. There's not a good woman in the world who dislikes children. Why, thank you. I don't think it's so much that I like them, as I'm kind of like a big kid myself. I genuinely enjoy hide and seek, but that's not going to earn me any points. I like kids too. Watching them, it gives me faith that this world has a bright future. A bright future. I'd never looked at them that way. They seem to like you quite a bit too, Amity. Haha, thanks. Though I'd rather give my affection to my own kids. Oh, you have children? Oh, heavens, no. No, he's turning into Mickey Mouse. I thought that was obvious enough. I'm talking about the future. I see. But knowing you, Amity, I'm sure you'll find someone right for you and have kids of your own in no time. It's not that easy, sadly. Even in such a small village, there are no ladies who would take interest in me. You don't give yourself enough credit. I'm fully confident you'll find someone soon enough. I'm sorry, I don't want him to become Mickey. He's too good for that, no. You really think so? Absolutely. Then perhaps you could be that person. What? Pardon? I won't pressure you into it, of course. I think it would be marvelous to have you in my life in a bigger way. But it's a little soon for me to think about settling down like that. It is pretty sudden, I admit. Take all the time you need to consider it. All right. I have to go play with the kids now. Have fun. I wonder if he really meant it. Amity is a nice fellow, and I'm sure living here would be wonderful. But I can't help feeling that something isn't right here. What do you mean? Are they a cult? Oh no. Why am I thinking about him now of all times? That man has no redeemable qualities, not one. As it turns out, Amity was serious about his proposition, and he brought it up every time we ran into each other. Unable to give him an answer, I found myself constantly apologizing to him. Oh, maybe. She is, like, completely, like... I guess, that makes sense. Soon winter started giving way to spring. On a day when the air still had a brisk winter bite and budding seedlings battled to break through the earth, the seams holding the village together began to come loose. Oh no. That day, the village men were gathered in the square talking. They all had stern looks on their faces. It was clear that something had happened. I obviously couldn't stick my head in, so I waited until they were done and caught Amity. While it was rather awkward, I was still more comfortable asking him for information than anyone else. Actually, with a dejected look on his face, he started explaining. Uh-oh. A lord found out about this village. What? And he said he's going to place this land under his rule. Oh no. Oh no. Lords really suck too. Oh, I'm just imagining. No, they have such a nice lifestyle and everything. Meaning, you'll start collecting taxes. In addition, he's also demanding we pay 5 years' worth of back taxes for unauthorized use of the land. What? That's ridiculous. It almost certainly is. We obviously don't have the means to pay 5 years' taxes. There's no reason for him to take over this village at all. We're completely isolated from the surrounding area after all. But if we resist, he could send soldiers. Doesn't matter how absurd his claim to the villagers. We have no choice but to comply. That's terrible. What are we going to do then? We're going to do as the law demands. 5-year taxes will have to be paid in installments. Some of the men suggested we abandon the land and find somewhere else, but it would take time to cultivate the land and plant new crops. It's no trivial task. We'll just have to make do with these changes. We'll use more of the land to grow and try and be more efficient. Will you help in the fields? Of course. This village is my home now too. Thank you, Giselle. It will be difficult, but if we all pitch in, I'm sure we can get through this. I thought the same thing. If we all worked together, we could make it through this rough patch. But the collection of taxes brought more than just a burden for everyone to share. It brought emotional strain and conflict to the village too.
Your family has more hands to work on the fields. I have a sickly child. You expect him to work any harder than he is? I know you're hiding grain in your cellar. You have more than us. Let us keep a little grain. You have more. No, you have more.
You both have more than us. When their comfortable lives fell under attack, the village's top priority became their own property. The cooperation was only temporary. Before long, everyone became a threat. The negative energy only built on itself, its growth accelerating like a boulder rolling down a hill. And it wasn't long before their sights fell on me, the outsider.
Come on, get moving! Ow! Stop that! Why are you doing this? I'll stop once you've told us everything.
Told you what? One morning, a man dragged me from my house and took me to the square. There, the entire rest of the village was gathered, all eyes on me.
What? What's this about? Don't play stupid! We all know it was you!
What was me? The thief. Amadei? From the crowd appeared someone I knew quite well. The ever-affable village representative. The man who had saved my life. But in his eyes now, thought you were better than that. Was contempt, anger, scorn. So many different shades of negativity. I recognized what I saw in his glare immediately, as someone who had been subjected to those looks before. But why? For what reason was he looking at me like that? I couldn't make sense of what was happening, so I just stood there, stupefied. There's been a rise in reports of people having things stolen lately. The village is too small to attract bandits, though. Since the Lord now demands we pay them taxes, even the smallest item lost can have a dramatic impact on a family's living conditions. What you've done is no joke. Wait just a second. I haven't stolen anything. Why do you think I? You've been seen in the act. What? So long as there's testimony against you, your guilt is assured. But who says they saw me? I swear I didn't do anything. They're obviously lying.
You're the one who's lying. You've been playing us for fools this whole time. Everything was fine until you showed up. We managed not to get found out until you showed up. No, that's not my fault. Giselle, apologize to the village and return what you've taken. Amade, don't you believe me? There were multiple witnesses. Several different people saw you stealing. I've known these people long enough to be family, and I trust them like family too. They're not liars. But no, they're framing me. I didn't steal anything, I swear. Framing you? Now you want to put this on us, woman? Unbelievable! Have you forgotten we welcomed you into our village? Amity, please believe me. You of all people should believe me. You've been avoiding me of late, haven't you? What? Because you had something to hide, correct? No, What other reason could you have to avoid me? Why? How can he say these things? Why won't he believe me? Now return the things you've stolen. I can't. I never stole anything. How am I supposed to return something I don't have? I see. So you've already moved the stolen goods. She said she doesn't have them anymore, folks. How should we deal with this? Rough her up until she talks. Yeah, she's not getting off that easy. Give us back our property. Why is this happening to me? I am Mayo. The harsh new rulership has driven these people mad. I need to get away from this village quick. Restrain her! No, get your hands off me. Have you forgotten everything we've done for you? All that matters is that you don't have to suffer. Is that it? I didn't do anything. Take her to my house. We'll make her tell us everything. No, stop. You've all gone mad. Please come to your senses. With men on all four sides of me, I was dragged into Amade's house. Sat coolly in a chair, and they shoved me to my knees before him. I'll ask you this one more time, Giselle. Where did you put the things you stole? And I'll keep giving you the same answer. I didn't take anything from anyone. Please believe me. Do you swear, with God as your witness? I do, I swear with all my heart. You don't actually believe her, do you, Amity? You not only sold us out to the Lord, who's now threatening to make our lives downright impossible. Again, that's just a coincidence. Listen to me, Amity. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the woman hath committed 3 sins. She has lied, she has stolen, she has betrayed her fellow man. Why are you doing this, Amity? You were such a good man. I'm deeply disappointed in you, Giselle. As much as I don't want to do this, I have to get the truth from you. Amity. Of course, why didn't I see it? I'm still just an outsider to them. Why would he believe a stranger's word over the word of the village, his family? The water. What? A man set a wooden well bucket on the floor in front of me. In it wasn't clean water from the well, but grimy, murky wastewater. I reflexively turned my head from the stench, but a man behind me grabbed me by the hair. Before I had a chance to realize what was happening, the world around me went brown. I struggled with all my might to break free, but my arms were tied behind my back, and I didn't have the strength to overpower the man holding my head down. Reflexively gasping for air, a stream of filthy water poured into my mouth.
Pull her out. Well, we get nothing if she dies. Put her back in. Keep it at it until she decides she's ready to talk. No. How unsightly. And to think I ever considered marrying this woman. We can stop whenever you want, Giselle. You just have to tell us the truth. Please. Stop. I was given no time to rest. My head shoved into the buckets and pulled out just long enough for me to steal a breath before going back in. Over and over again. Not a person in such a room objected to the abuse I was receiving. I had prayed for a good harvest with these people. They taught me how to use a loom, something I'd never touched before. We had laughed together, lived together. They were normal people. Perfectly ordinary, kind, helpful, friendly people. Not at all cruel or inhumane. But now they burned with a frenzy that overshadowed all my memories of them. And every gargle, gasp, and grunt they got from me fuels that fire. Dozens of eyes laced with madness stared down upon me, rejoicing at my suffering. My consciousness was slipping away from me. I thought I could hear laughing and chattering. It all passed through my ears as mere noise, nothing I could make sense of. Stay with me. Midday. Oh, thank goodness you're awake. Wait, what was I just doing? Ah, right. I was in the forest on the verge of death. Then Amade found me and... we almost lost valuable manpower there. We were just discussing what to do about you, Giselle, and we decided to make you village property. No, he didn't save me. You agree to work for us, we'll put this whole nasty mess behind us. You may be worthless in the field and terrible with a loom, but there's plenty you can help with. What are you going to make me do? You like to get your hands dirty. Considering I found you half dead in the forest, I doubt the rest of you's any cleaner. At midday. It seems we've come to an agreement. I'll keep watch over her starting today. Make sure she stays in line and doesn't steal anything else. Dirty. Stays in line. Vase looking at me. They didn't have to spell it out. No. Anything but that. Please have mercy. You're begging for mercy. That means you know you've done something wrong. Let's see. There is one way, Giselle. What? Give back what you stole, naturally. But if you're going to insist that's not possible, bring us something of equal value. Aye. And if you can't do that, then your life belongs to the village. The men were cackling. They knew I couldn't do it. They were enjoying watching me squirm. Take your pick, Giselle. Something of equal value. If I can't get that, then you... If I can get that, then you'll set me free. In that moment, a little bit of darkness bubbled up in my heart. Something maleficent whispered in my ear. You're in need of money. Help yourself to some of the furniture. There's a village not far from here. Trade it for food and make your way to a larger town. I think I know where you can get Something worth some money. The mansion in the forest has some fairly valuable furniture in it. Oh God. When did I become... You can steal some of that to sell for good money. Such a despicable woman. You mean the cursed mansion? You expect us to go there? You out of your mind? Anyone who goes near the house is killed by the witch's curse. There is no witch living there. There's no curse. Giselle, what do you know about that mansion? I lived there for a while. Well, for a month. You what? Son of a noble lives there. He's human, and he's alone. Noble? What's a noble boy doing this far from the city? I presume he was banished there. I was sent to the mansion from the capital to act as his servant. There was plenty of valuable in the house. Shelves lined with books. There should be more enough to pay for the Lord 5 years' worth of taxes. Is what you're saying true? I would not lie. As bewilderment spread through Amity's house, I was unable to look at anything but the floor. I couldn't stop trembling. To protect myself, I had sold out to Michael. You swear there's just a single man living in that house? Yes, it's only him. All right. If it turns out you're lying, you'll pay. Okay, everyone, you heard her. Tell all the young men to get ready. We're going up to the mansion in the forest. Just be safe. Make sure everyone brings something they can use as a weapon. And you, Giselle, you're coming with us. You'll be leading the way. Listen to me. Don't think about trying to run. Right. On the cusp of springtime, I found myself trekking through the dreary forest I had thought I would never set foot in again. How had I ended up here? How come I could never manage to avoid getting myself in these situations? Who would have guessed that my reason for returning to the mansion would be to loot it? I prayed for God to show even a little mercy and ensure Michael wasn't around, though I knew the chances of that happening were almost zero. I was imagining this whole thing to go in a different direction, and now I'm concerned. After several hours of walking, we broke through the thick forest, the thick woods, and the mansion appeared before us. Oh, oops. Don't press B. Like its surroundings, the house was bleak and uninviting. Even the midday sun seemed disinterested in shining its light upon it. Despite on the surface, there not being much of anything impressive about it, the entire mob stood speechless before its overwhelming presence. But the men had weapons, and they were fueled by avarice, which gave them the courage to approach this place they wouldn't normally otherwise. Door won't open. I think it's barred from the inside. It would seem someone really does live in this cursed place. I'm honestly surprised. Even more so that it's not a witch, but just a noble. Door's old, we could break it down. Let's bust it down. Hold on, there's no need to be barbaric. Do you even consider knocking on the door like normal people? You sound like a band of thieves. Huh, that's something else coming from you. Who do you think proposed this plan, Giselle? You! Alright, men, you ready for lives of luxury? Break down that door. Stop it. It's the damn nobles who make our lives so hard. They deserve to be robbed. Break it! Break down the door! Please stop this. Break it down! Break it down. Stop. All their repressed emotions detonated. They battered the door again and again and again, and in a few minutes' time it was on the verge of collapse. They shouted and cheered and hooted like madmen. As my peaceful life came crumbling down around me, growing lightheaded from the anxiety, I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to bear it any longer. Then the deep groan of a door opening echoed through the forest. It would seem you are not aware whose house you're trying to break into. The world went silent, like time had come to a stop. No one could manage to say a word, only stared at the man who had appeared from within the mansion. Surely you know what this place is called? Beneath the dazzling midday sun. He had a bone-chillingly alabaster skin and long, nearly translucently pale hair. So surely you came prepared for whatever you would find. And his eyes were like two blazing infernos staring out across the mob. A demon, someone muttered, probably unconsciously. He did indeed look like something not of this world. Oh, it's a demon! The rumors about this place were true! A cursed demon lives there. Demon? Him? Michael? No, he's not cursed. Indeed, I am cursed. The witch's curse is real. I've inherited it in its entirety, as well as her purpose. A witch, a demon, a spirit impure. Call me whatever you wish, but the truth shall not change. I carry within me an eternal curse. Behold my flesh, pale as the moon. No red blood flows beneath the skin as it does yours. Behold my hair, utterly devoid of color, offered up to the devil as part of our pact. Behold these crimson eyes, a symbol of the lifeblood split at my hands. Spilt at my hands. Ah! I shall bring calamity upon you as the witch of legend. Never-ending famine, plague, catastrophe, suffering for generations. Until the moment of your death, you shall regret ever coming near this place. No! Have mercy! We were just... It was that woman. She brought us here, tempted us with promises of wealth. Deceived us, told us to pillage this house. We're innocent. Amity, please have mercy on us. Give her to me then, as an offering. Absolutely, she's yours. Torture her however you please. I have one more condition. You never come near this house again. If you so much as consider it, you will all die by my curse. I swear it, we won't return. Run, get out of here! Okay, that went better than I thought. Without so much as a glance back, the villagers scrambled into the forest, and Amity, the man who had rescued me that night, went right along with them. Is there kindness in the world? I wasn't sure what to think anymore. Don't think I'm helping you. His voice rang down on me, but I couldn't lift my head. There was such a gaping void in my chest. I had no idea what questions I should be asking anymore, what I should be angry about, what I should be sad about. Not even the first clue. Look at me. Look at me, Giselle. Tell me, is it true you returned to the mansion to plunder it? That you brought those men here to rob me of my valuables?
I mean, yeah, maybe.
Answer me, Giselle. Yes, it's true. I persuaded them to steal from you. Are you really so desperate for money that you resort to looting? Just how low will you go? Not only did you seduce my father, not only did you go digging around for information about me, you brought a mob to this house. And they were armed too. Were you trying to get me killed? Answer me, Giselle. Not even going to defend yourself. Your scheme failed, so you're retreating to silence. Oh, for God's sake, you sicken me. I'm done with you. I'm done. Leave this place and never show your face here again. As he shouted at me and I stared into his fiery red eyes, a somewhat inappropriate thought crossed my mind. Huh, so he can get emotional like anyone else. And my heart, stripped raw and cast out into the sea, finally sunk deep enough to be crushed by sea pressure. Is she tied up? What? If you want me gone, then kill me. You can do that, can't you? You can use your curse to kill me, can't you? Then do it, right here. Use your power. Take my life. If you don't want to do that, stab me with your knife. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. What? Oh. What? I'm done. I can't take it. I'm through with this whole world. No one will believe anything I say. No one cares one bit about how I feel. They just walk all over me, laughing. Why? Tell me why. Why is this happening to me? I never stole anything. What are you talking about? I tried my best to look happy. I thought everything would work out if I could keep smiling. I believed that would make things better. Nothing ever got better. What did I ever do? Tell me. What did I do? But you... All I ever did was believe. Tried my best to survive, to always wear a smile, as if everything's going to be my fault, and I have to deal with that for the rest of my life. And I'm done. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live in this world anymore. Calm down, please. I don't follow what you're saying. My understanding is that you desired money, so you bought that mob. And before that, you used my father. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you the real story. You'll take your family's word over mine. You don't have any idea of what I went through there. How hard it was just to keep myself together. What? I never wanted riches. All I wanted was a decent enough wage to allow my family to live comfortably. That's all I wanted. But that man, he used my family against me. He made me. Forced me. He raped me. What? Again and again, no matter how much I resisted, he wouldn't stop. Again and again. He threatened me, beat me, cut me with a knife, over and over and over again. What? My father raped you? No one would believe me. I did nothing wrong. You don't believe me either, do you? So I'm done. I don't want this body anymore. I don't want to live like this anymore. I can't take it anymore. Help me, please. Set me free. Kill me. Kill me already. Use your curse and kill me. Kill me! Give me a moment. I need time to process this. You can do it, can't you? Then kill me already. Kill me. Kill me now. Kill me, damn it. Give me time so we can talk this through. I want to hear everything from the beginning. Inside. Let's go inside and talk. The light hurts my eyes. That was a door. I might have best let stay shut. Not knowing the truth would have been so much easier. I wouldn't have been made to shut it in disgust, hearing about the crimes of my own family. But if I hadn't opened that door, I would have lost everything. That day, after far too long, I finally let myself see the person in Giselle. Okay, let's just take a 2-minute break, okay? Just take just a little tea break, okay? Oh my god, that's amazing timing. I just got back too. Hello, Flint. I got really hot during that whole bit, and that's mainly why I had to leave, because I was like, what the hell? It just suddenly got so hot. I don't know, I think I'm really hoping that things are gonna go in a good direction now, maybe. Because Giselle can't take any more of this. She needs a break. God damn. That whole village section was awful. Yeah, there's probably gonna be one more thing, but at least she has a friend, maybe. Or I don't know. Hopefully he's just a friend now, and I mean, we are him. He's not gonna betray because we are him. But you know. Hope we don't do anything. Us, Michael. Michael. You know what? We're not him. He is him. Not that kind of visual novel. Let me... Okay. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it's... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's his mum. Probably. Also, I'm really curious about whether those other stories are true, because in the last story we were in, that painting was in the story, if you'll remember. Slashed up and everything by him, and Whitehead Girl thought it was, what's his face? Jacopo, who slashed it up, remember? But it wasn't, it was already slashed up when other maid found it. Maria. So, I don't know. Don't know what any of that means. I don't really care at this point. I think that's fine. I think it's okay if the Whitehead Girl exists or doesn't exist, but I'm more invested in this right now. But anywho. Giselle didn't recover for some time after I managed to get her inside. Unsure what else I could do for her, I had her sit before the fireplace and waited in silence as she sobbed. I had no idea what one was supposed to say to someone who was crying. Was it normal to offer them a warm drink? I didn't know. I did know I needed to reflect on the things she had said outside and try to make some sense of them. And from there, calm myself down and prepare for the conversation we were to have, as unpleasant as I was sure it would be. A considerable amount of time later, Giselle's sobbing drew to a stop. An oppressive silence stepped in to take its place. For far longer than was comfortable, the only sound we heard was the gentle crackling of the fire. I had to say something. I knew that, but what I didn't know was how to begin. I knew nothing about having an honest face-to-face discussion with someone about the things that they were thinking and feeling. But that didn't change anything. I had to do it. Even if down that road lay truths I would be happier not seeing. Giselle. Could you please tell me what you did what was done to you at my family's home, how you ended up coming to this mansion, and what happened after you left? I would like to know everything, from start to finish. Will you believe what I tell you? You never so much as gave me the time of day before. I very much doubt you will find what I have to say agreeable. Will you still believe me, even then? Believe my word, a stranger's word, over your family or the people of the village? I cannot yet say. I must hear what you have to say to make that decision. I suppose that might be better than you saying you'll believe me unconditionally. All right. I'll tell you everything. Just know that nothing I say is a lie. Understood. Giselle methodically recounted her tale for me. She told me of how she accepted an offer from the Bollinger to work as an Abigail to earn money for her family, of how my father, Antonin, had other plans for her, of the things he did to her. She spoke dryly, simply putting words to each event, one after the other. I'd already seen how she felt deep down, though. Had heard her pained screams, which were undoubtedly genuine. I didn't think she was trying to deceive me. That was the sound of old wounds being torn open, and even I could see that. Or perhaps my own experiences were what allowed me to see it. Regardless, I had realized too late. I should have seen it sooner. She described it all mechanically to remain detached from what had happened to her, to protect herself. Of that, I had no doubts. Still, the things she told me were almost unbearable, and I had a difficult time accepting them. What was I supposed to do when I heard my father was a rapist? How was I supposed to react to that revelation? What was I supposed to think about the fact that his blood flowed through me? I repulsed myself. Do you want all the details? What do you mean? Of the wounds he gave me. I have scars from the things he did. If you don't believe me, I can show them to you. No, that won't be necessary. I see. That's a relief. I don't think I could have handled that right now. I hadn't turned down her offer for her sake. I only did so because I didn't think I could take any more. I averted my eyes to protect myself. Why had I taken my mother's word? Brushing aside everything Giselle had said and done, I knew good and well my mother was no longer in her right mind. So why had I thought her letter the truth? Why had I been unable to think rationally? There were, I believe, several factors. My childhood, my past, the witch's whispers, and above all, my own character. Consumed with distrust for everything, I had to face it now, to open my eyes once more, to look at everything I'd pretended to weigh until now. I was not completely blameless for her suffering after all. Please continue, if you will. I left off at the point where the mistress discovered what was happening, I believe. I was sent to this mansion to atone for my sins. Sins that she didn't even commit. It was decided I would be sent here, rather than being executed, which is what the mistress wanted. At first I assumed it would be, essentially, a private prison. But in the carriage on the way here, I was given a letter. A letter? From whom? It didn't say, but your father was the one who ordered me here, so I would guess it was him. The letter was very concise, simply explaining that there was someone already there. The Bollinger's youngest child. Didn't go into any more details than that, but it did ask me to look after you. Do you still have the letter? I don't. The coachman took it back after I was finished. Thinking back on it now, that was rather strange of him to do. It was just a harmless letter. It was anything but. What? It wasn't my father who wrote that letter. He believes me to be dead, so he would have sincerely thought he was banishing you to an empty house in a remote forest. The writer couldn't risk leaving anything that might suggest I was still alive. Then who? My brother, I believe. Either Didier or Georges, but I would guess Didier. Your brother? Why would he? I do not know. I can't imagine why he would write such a letter. Or why he would want to tell you about me. I don't believe he had any ill intentions, at least. I mean, he asked me to look after you. That makes it sound like he's concerned about you. Then, why doesn't he stay in contact? Why does he never respond to my letters? It's a bit late to suddenly start being concerned. No, never mind that now. Please tell me the rest. All right. Giselle resumed her story from the day she fled the mansion, terrified by my behavior. She seemed to be putting a bit more emotion in her tone of voice now. Perhaps because she could see I was more interested in this part. There was a deep sadness on her face as she described the night in the rain, listening to the thunder when she gave up on living. I knew I'd caused it. She then told me of the time she spent in the nearby village, how at first life seemed wonderful, but in time it had come crumbling down. Naturally, she wouldn't be here to tell me this if nothing had happened there. Once she was through with her tale, Giselle let out a long, heavy sigh, as though she had been holding it in for some time. I thought I could hear just a faint trembling in the air she exhaled. That is everything. Do you believe me? If you don't, if you still think I'm deceiving you, then I won't argue with you. That's fine. If that's the case, please just kill me. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? I know I wasn't very open to anything you said, but if that day, when I found you in my room, you had told me I was mistaken, that the sin belonged to my father, it might not have turned out like this. A knife. What? You were holding a knife. I can't handle blades anymore. Ever since what happened, they scare me to death. Just the sight of one in someone's hand, and I start thinking they're going to use it on me. I can't help it. I start shaking uncontrollably, growing faint of breath. The world goes white. I can't even form words. There's nothing I can do. Now I finally see. She was grimacing in pain. The day the package arrived, when you knocked my hand away, I was scared. It reminded me of that time. I'd assumed she was simply jumpy from a guilty conscience. I felt nauseous realizing I had been pouring a constant stream of salt onto her unmendable wounds. What a damned fool I was. Why did you get so upset at me? Why did you have to point a knife at me? I didn't want you snooping. You meant to sell information about me. I thought I had to do anything in my power to stop you. I'm still not convinced it was necessary. I was unarmed. I couldn't fight back. You didn't need a knife. I've nothing left anymore, so I'm going to tell you exactly how I feel. You're a jerk. What you did is inexcusable. You may not have hurt me physically, but you still hurt me. Humans are frail creatures. They wound easily. Apologize. What? Apologize to me. I said apologize. I'm sorry. Again. Put your heart into it. Convince me you mean it. I'm sorry. Again, once more, get down on your knees and shout it from your gut. I'm so very sorry. Was that a laugh? Please, you're such a strange man. Strange? You told me to do it. Nothing's going like I thought it would. I figured even if we talked, you would just deny everything I said. Didn't think you'd actually listen to me. But you did. You listened and you looked quite distressed by what you heard. I looked distressed. Oh yes, you sure did. I wish I'd had a mirror to show you. I'm sure you didn't want to believe what I said, but you didn't once accuse me of lying. You faced up to the truth and you apologized. I seem to have had the wrong impression of you as well. I didn't try to see you for who you were, instead letting myself believe you were someone to be afraid of. To be honest, I didn't like you very much. Feeling was mutual, but for some reason I don't feel that way now. Is it guilt? I need to apologize to you too. Apologize? For what? I led the villagers here. I almost sold my soul to the devil. I tried to sell you out to save myself. And for that, I'm truly sorry. I don't understand. What? Do I need to get down on my knees too? No, that's not what I meant. The blame falls on the village for falsely accusing you of stealing. You were a convenient scapegoat for the real thieves. They planned to take advantage of you from the start. But Amadei was probably in on it as well, to get back at you for rejecting his proposal. Plus, giving the village a single target to let out their frustrations on it would, in a way, help unify them. He used you to meet that end. In order to escape from their trap, you told them about me. But this was after I had threatened you, caused you to flee from this place. You have nothing to apologize for. Still, I still feel really bad about it. So, I'm sorry anyway. You're unexpectedly stubborn. But now that we've both apologized to each other, we can call everything square. I'm so glad that she gets to let it out and just not be attacked by everyone all the time. Giselle's had it so rough. And yeah, he's finally letting his own wall down too. God knows what's going on with that family of his and what they did. I don't know. Square? Square. We were both in the wrong, so we both apologized and we forgave each other. She gave a little smile, but all I could do was stare at her, brow furrowed in perplexity, like I was looking at some bizarre fantasyland creature. The weight of our crimes were not equal. What I had done to her was so very much worse. Furthermore, I am Antonin's son. His blood flows through me. Can you honestly say you don't find me revolting? That you're willing to forgive me for that? I didn't think I would be able to. If I were her, my grudge would extend to all my family, everyone I'd ever come in contact with. I can. Also, you don't need forgiveness for being his son. Being related to someone doesn't make you responsible for their sins. But it'd be fair to blame you for that. You're curious. What? Curious? About what? No, not that curious. You're a strange creature. I'm human, you know. Yes, I know you're human. You're making me lightheaded. Is it a medical emergency? That's quite the leap in logic. You know, I was at my lowest just a bit ago, and now I'm laughing again. It's odd. Never expected I would recover at all. I was just as surprised as her. She had been through it hell, and she had more than enough reason to despise me, to shower me with vitriol, but instead she was smiling. Even more unexpected was the fact that I felt relieved to see it. I want them to be happy. I really truly wished I had gotten to know him sooner. Yes, I had fled from the mansion in fear of him, but maybe if I had just a little more courage, enough to tell him the truth, maybe he would have listened. I'd let my initial impression of him solidify too quickly. I'd convinced myself he was insensitive and perpetually expressionless, save for the Arctic stare. But the man standing before me did experience sadness, pain, distress. At the very least, he appeared to from where I was standing. Michael was, just like me, an ordinary person. That said, there was still plenty I didn't know. I was still lacking explanations for much of his behavior.
Would you mind telling me about yourself now? I'd like to get to know you better.
What are you doing here in this mansion all alone? Why do you call yourself cursed? I told you everything. It's only fair you do the same. I have no interest in using your information for anything. I have no reason to. Or are you going to keep pushing the master and servant line? You still think I have no need to know? Be quiet. For the love of God, stop talking already. You always pick the worst time. What? Oh. Excuse me, what do you mean, I always pick the worst time? No, I wasn't. Unbelievable. Just when I was starting to think you might actually be a decent human being. Then you go and spout this. No, Giselle, I wasn't talking to you. Who else could it have been? I was, talking to, you know. Oh, is he... Yeah, because he was hearing voices before. I have a condition that forces me to vocalize objections to my own thoughts. You know, that's about as convincing as my allergic to people excuse. Sorry. Weirdo. Damn. What crosses did he bear? What secrets did he keep? Maybe the truth was far beyond my reckoning. And if it was, even if he did, please, tell me everything. No matter what you say, I won't doubt your words. I will trust you, and I'm sure I can accept anything you say. Please. If you don't put it into words, I have nothing to work with. Okay. Where should I start, though? How about the curse, then? Are you actually cursed? That's a difficult question. I cannot, for example, take someone's life away with my curse, nor can I bring about disaster. I don't have any magical powers like that. So what you said outside was a bluff, then? It was just a way to chase the villagers away. Well, you certainly put on a convincing performance. You can actually curse anyone, huh? You can't actually curse anyone. Regardless, I am human. Nothing more, nothing less. At least I consider myself one. Others would disagree. And the reason for that has to do with my body. Your skin, hair, and eye color, right? Right. Seeing Michael under the sun, he certainly wasn't what most people would consider normal. Or inspiring, in fact. Giving birth to me, it broke my mother. No, I drove her mad. Not only do I appear inhuman, I'm oversensitive to sunlight. Well, a little light through the window isn't much of a problem. I can't be outside directly under the sun for more than a couple hours. When she realized I couldn't go out into the sun, my mother started thinking I was possessed by a demon. She banished me to this mansion until my curse was broken. That was 10 years ago. Just because you look different from them. The family's reputation was at stake too. If other noble houses realized they were giving refuge to an unholy creature, it would destroy the Bollingers. You saw how the villagers reacted. They called me a demon when they saw me. I suspect the rumors about the mansion played a part in that. Nobody thought the house was cursed, as they wouldn't have. I'm sure you were afraid as well. You saw me and thought I was not of this world, that I looked like a demon. I thought you looked like an angel. Oh, what? I at least thought you looked more like an angel than a demon. It never once crossed my mind that you might be evil. Giselle. But I understand your situation now. Because of your appearance, you lived all alone in this dark mansion for 10 years. It was never really an inconvenience. They bring me all the supplies I need. You big liar. Have you never considered running away? That's not an option. Because of the sun? No, I could move during the night if I really wanted to. I'm being watched. To ensure I don't leave. Watched? They can't allow anyone to find out that I am alive, particularly at the Bollinger estate. If I were to run and they were to find out, I would probably be killed. If only I didn't stand out so much, I might be able to stay out of sight easier. But also, I had been holding on to a little hope, I think. Hope that I might be able to return someday. I've all but given up on that hope now, though. Not that I ever had enough willpower to really fight for it. I see. You don't need to worry about pitying me either. It's been long since it's become normal for me. It's not something that ever should become normal. So what was that really a moment ago? You don't actually have a condition that makes you argue with yourself, do you? Please tell me. You don't have to believe me. In fact, I doubt you will. You're free to think I'm completely mad. Don't worry, I want to know. I can hear the witch's voice. The witch's voice? It started when I first arrived at the mansion. No one else can hear it either. Like I said, it sounds crazy. Not at all. I said I would trust you, so I believe you. Maybe he's not Val. That has to be it. 10 years all alone in one place, you're bound to start hearing things. Seems like he was a delicate person, too. Thinking about it like that, starting to feel really sorry for him. Do I want to know what you're thinking? I'm here for you. Huh? I've made up my mind. I'm going to stay here with you. Wait, what? Don't worry. I'll shout so loud you won't be able to hear that silly witch's voice anymore. Will you now? If you hear it again, let me know, understood? You don't have to be afraid. I never said I was. Whenever you hear it, I'll be there with you, holding your hand. Yeah, maybe don't shout too loud, though you might attract the villagers. Well, we kind of took the extremely long route, but there you have it. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Master. Master? Now where should we begin? I know. Oh, I know! Supper! Are you hungry? What should I make? Slow down, please. What is it? If there's something you'd like, I'm happy to accommodate. You actually intend to stay here? Again? After what happened last time? Because of what happened. Because of that, we're finally able to see past each other's surface. I want us to try again, from the beginning. And this time, actually try to be considerate of one another's feelings. That's a promise, Master. Alright. I can stay here, right? I don't mind. I'm glad to hear it. Say. Yes, Master? If you ever want something from me, could I please ask you to put it into words? I don't have much faith in my ability to pick up on things. Oh, got it! Then here's something to start with. What do you say we open some of these windows? Open the windows?
Yeah, we don't have to if you think it will cause you problems, but it would be nice to get a little light in here. I'd like to put an end to this house being a dark, closed-off cave.
I wasn't the one who barred the windows.
You weren't?
They were like that when I arrived. Made it seem like a very appropriate place to lock me away. While I am sensitive to light, yes, as I mentioned, a little sun through the window shouldn't cause any problems.
Alright then. Can I ask you to help me open them? Let's both lighten this place up.
I'm so happy. After a few moments of silence, Michael gave me a curt nod. While we couldn't do anything about the windows that had been boarded up, the two of us forced open the ones that were covered by rusted over shutters. When we got the first one open, a beautiful stream of light like nothing I had ever seen before. Flooded into the dark mansion's halls. I'd assumed that spring would never come. All we had to do was talk to each other, listen to each other, and everything would fall into place. It was that first step that was so hard, so much harder than either of us had expected. Now that the ice was melting, we had to treasure that. It might not have seemed like much to someone else, but to us, it was a huge accomplishment.
Oh, we just had to talk to each other.
I'm gonna BRB 1 second. Literally just like 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm back. Whew, let's continue this. Sparkster! You came back right after all of the sad stuff happened, and these two messed up people finally talked to each other, got all of their like bad times out of the way, and now they're just like friends, and I'm so happy. Because the entire beginning, if you watch the VOD, you'll just see the entire beginning of this was just awful. It was so sad. And now it's just so nice. And I'm so happy. It's like the build up to this is just so nice. Well, not nice, it was awful, but it makes this so much nicer. Oh, I love these two. I love Giselle when she's not creepy, emotionless maid. And when she's just Giselle.
Here we go. Here we go. Let's actually continue this now. Whoa. This time, it'll all work out. It has to. I had all the confidence in the world when we were together. But now that I'm alone in the dark, in the absolute silence of the night, I'm starting to get anxious again. Starting to feel like something bad is going to happen. Like I'm going to mess something up again. We took a big step today, and I know I have to keep it together, to keep thinking positive. The goods you're after, Giselle, they're not cheap. Understand? Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the woman hath committed 3 sins. She hath lied, she hath stolen, she hath betrayed her fellow man. It's all right. It's okay. There's nothing to be afraid of, Giselle. Whatever happens, you have to hold fast to your faith in the goodness of others. You have no reason to tremble. Yes, come in. That's odd. I don't think I was hearing things. There's no one here. What was that about? Oh? A glass? It's wine and it's so warm. I guess he heated it on the fire for me. Oh, you could have at least said hi. Hee. I have a feeling this is going to work out. Michael! You little dumbass. The light shining in through the windows is swallowed whole by the darkness, as if to say our time together never actually existed. We saw it, though. Together, we watched the light crack open the darkness. I'm begging you, please remember. Please find yourself. Please, Giselle, don't let the things you felt, the warmth you felt that fell over us, remain lost to you. I might have seen it. Seen that most beautiful light. Giselle. But are these truly my memories? Could they not be someone else's tale? Like all the others we have seen so far. She was so bright and energetic, and I am neither of those. Besides, the maid needs not a tale of her own. That is not a story. These are memories. Mine and your memories, no one else's. It was all very much real, as were the kinder, happier days that came next. Kinder, happier days. Those words create a strange warmness within my chest, but at the same time they make me indescribably anxious. Is there really happiness to be found down that road? Even if our past doesn't lead to happiness, it couldn't be worse than where we are now. Come, Giselle. To the spring that made us more than just strangers. Master? Come on, get up. Up with you. This is a scene that we saw from the thing. From that one memory. From the room. As she locked away. Master? What? See, what did I tell you?
It's so much nicer in here with a little light.
Morning?
Oh, wait a sec. Don't you hide under your bedspread. Get out of there.
I'm fine with my room staying dark. What's she even doing in here?
Oh, but Master, you agreed that I could open the windows.
I did, yes.
Don't worry, I put curtains up. If it gets too bright, you can draw them. Mornings take the best parts of being outside and squeeze them all into the same few hours. You don't have to go outside in the sunlight for it either. Just listen to all the wonderful sounds. The joyous songs of the birds, the swaying of the trees, the rustling of leaves. Am I being as pushy as I feel right now?
Kind of.
Oh.
But you wouldn't be if you weren't. So for now, I won't get on you about it. Also, now that I know your real intentions, no, never mind.
I completely misjudged you. You're the exact opposite of what I thought you were.
What did you think of me?
Let's see. I thought you were cold and cruel, heartless and incomprehensible. But I'm beginning to get a better idea. You try to put on airs, but you're really rather childish. You have a short temper, but can be surprisingly playful. What else? You have a pretty difficult personality, too. There's not a single good trait on that list. Now, hear me out here. That's not everything. You gave me a chance to talk, and you listened carefully, or intently.
You're actually a secretly soft boy!
You can be kind of nice, too.
Kind of nice. Thanks, Giselle.
We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house, so we got plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope that you can make your own list about me, too. This is just the beginning, after all. We've got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no?
I do like, I like how, unlike in the other stories where it was us looking at other people and their lives, we had their portraits looking sideways at each other rather than at us. Well, it's because it's a story about the two of us. It's her looking directly at us, Michael. And when it's, the other side, it's Michael looking directly at us, Giselle.
Yeah, it's a nice little touch. Let's not waste any time then. What do we say we do something today that we haven't been able to do before? Where should we begin? Oh, I know. We can get this place cleaned up.
You want to clean?
Now that there's some actual light in here, we can see all sorts of things we'd probably rather not. Like dust. All over the place.
My vision was still slightly unfocused, having not completely escaped from Morpheus's embrace, but I could see well enough to catch her smiling brightly. That was the first time I'd gotten a good look at her in the light. I could see facial features I'd missed during yesterday's commotion, those glittering eyes. Not even a trace of the tribulation she had endured tainted her pure jade eyes. I know, I'm genuinely surprised by some parts of this game. I went back on some of the VODs too to just see, and it is surprising about some of the foreshadowing and just little touches. Here's a fun fact, Flint. So, you know how you can go into your backlog? Well, what I didn't notice was that during the fake story that the maid told you, almost every bit of dialogue, any kind of bit of dialogue that felt like a lie, because some of the things in that story were real, right? Some of the stuff that were like real but changed into that fake Giselle were all keyed out when you went into like this thing. They were all like blocked out, like, the beast, his like little, the asterisks, like that. Everything, almost everything over here was like that. if you went back. It's crazy. Because it's like if you just looked in there, then you could be like, wait a minute, what? Why is this all blocked out? Or like anytime she mentioned she was Giselle, that's when they would block that out too. So, it's a nice little touch there. Oh, she's surprisingly good looking. I'm clearly not myself right now. Is something the matter, master? Haha, I know, you're still half asleep, aren't you? I guess I'm just going to have to throw my best bucket of water at you. What is a best bucket of water? I'm awake. Is there something on my face then? Just far too amusing a sight to wake up to. What? Amusing? Oh, get out of bed already. What a noisy morning. I just want these times to last forever. I got my first decent look at Michael's face on the Z-Light that morning, watching him stifle a yawn as he crawled out of bed. All the little details I hadn't been able to pick up on in the darkness. His expressions, mannerisms, the way he looked at me. I could see facial features I'd missed during yesterday's commotion. All those vivid, all-consuming red eyes. I was probably, no, almost certainly making a really dumb face at him. Oh, like he looks so much more colorful now that he doesn't just have that lamp on him. Is it just me, or is he kind of... No, very pretty. How could I have not noticed until now? Oh geez, wow, I can't look him in the eyes. Yes? What can I do for you? Is there something on my face? No. Huh? Hair monster! Excuse me? No, your hair. It's really long. Yes, that's it. It's way too long. Huh. Oh, is that any way for a servant to speak to her master? I'm just kidding. I don't have any interest in holding your status against you anymore. I see. It's really hard to tell if he's joking or not. So, about that cleaning. May I wash my face first? He's almost smiling. It's like a very forced smile. It's almost like a grimace, but you know what? It's close enough. You're going to help? As I just said, I'm not going to act like I'm superior to you anymore. Hee. What are you snickering about? I can't help it, I'm happy. Hee. If my hair really does bother you, you can cut it. Huh? I can cut it? Of course, I'll give you the best haircut you've ever had. Oh, but I should warn you. You want to stay perfectly still. I'm a monster with a pair of scissors. My sister always said you were as likely to lose an ear as you were to your hair whenever I cut it. You stay away from me! Oh no! Oh no, don't. Oh, I was waiting for this music to turn evil, but then it just turned really gentle. Okay, good. We're not in for a bad scene. Cool. Just have to make sure sometimes. I was shocked at how much more comfortable I felt around her only one day following our opening up to each other. One day. Maybe this was normal, and I had simply never felt it before. I didn't know how. I thought it would take years of work to get close enough to someone to be able to have a conversation without picking apart every little detail. But here I was, a day later, already there. Was this usually how it worked? Did people normally get close and draw apart so freely? I didn't find it unpleasant to have someone else around. It was a strange feeling. All that friction had dissipated in an instant, and it was like we had known each other for years. Though not entirely willingly, we began sharing meals, something I had always done by myself.
Hey, I see you shoving aside that parsnip. You need to eat everything.
You have any idea why there was so much rotting parsnip in the cellar? I don't care for it.
You could at least pretend to be ashamed. Yeesh, you're not a kid. Don't be so picky.
It's not good for you. Hasn't caused any problems thus far.
It will soon enough.
I can't believe you. We have limited supplies and you won't eat your vegetables.
Oh, question. I've got an idea.
Go on.
Is the list of supplies sent by your family set in stone?
Meaning?
I was just wondering if it was possible to make requests. If I could, I would go out on a shopping trip.
Perish the thought. The only village around here is the one you came from.
Oh, right. Say, are you saying that out of concern for...
Who would ever be concerned about you? I just want to be able to sleep well at night. And I'm not interested in throwing more servants to the lions. Thanks, Michael. It's only been a day, Flint. It's been a day, okay?
You know, you're a whole lot simpler of a person than I first thought.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing.
Back to your question about the delivery. Yes, you can. I haven't made any requests recently, but you can write what you want on a sheet of parchment. Or if we don't have any, something similar, put it in the box and leave it outside. As long as your request is not completely unreasonable, it should arrive with the next package. Why? Is there something you need?
Yeah, I was hoping to increase your selection of vegetables. And while I'm at it if possible... Actually, that's a secret.
A secret?
It's nothing too exciting. I'll tell you when the time is right.
My relationship with Michael gradually transitioned from master and servant to something closer to friends. He was still my master, but he allowed me almost complete freedom. And he didn't order me around either. He even gave me a hand with my work, though he was still not very talkative and oftentimes hard to read. He at least seemed to be making an effort to close the gap. He would on occasion tell me about himself, though not in much detail, and any time his family came up, he grimaced uncomfortably. Apparently his father had wanted him dead. His brothers, though, had worked to create a scenario in which he could live, faking his death and sending him to this remote mansion. I'd never encountered Michael's brothers while at his family's estate, but assuming he was right and it was one of them who had given me that letter, they were likely our only allies at that house. I don't know what he's thinking, it's been 10 years, Michael had muttered. To which I replied, have faith. It was better to believe in something, even if it felt silly and unreasonable, than to lose faith in everything. My being able to find renewed belief in the kindness of people was what had allowed me to start smiling again, after all. Because I was able to have that faith, I was able to enjoy life once more. It wasn't an exciting or thrilling life, it was a humble, simple one, with just the two of us. But I wouldn't trade that light for anything. Some people might think it dull or dreary, but it was ours.
Master, I really truly appreciate that you want help with the cooking. I do, honestly, but... This is apocalyptic. This is mutinous. This is an affront to gastronomy. This is unearthly disgusting.
Get me better ingredients.
What?
I'm not a bad cook. These are simply bad ingredients. If they were better, They would taste just fine boiled. No, Flint, you don't get it. The ingredients are bad. It's not him, it's the ingredients. It's not as bad as you claim, besides. You make a mockery of culinary arts. I've been eating this for years. I don't see the problem. I've had quite enough, Master. It sounds like I'm going to need to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. I have to teach him what real food tastes like. Otherwise, he won't be able to appreciate it if I make him something really good.
Hold the chair steady for me, will you? I'm going to wipe down the top shelf.
I can handle it. I'm tall enough to reach without standing on a chair.
It's not as simple as just running a rag over it. I've got practice, so let me take care of it, alright? This is a lot more dustier than I expected. I probably should have used something to cover my mouth. You're going to want to hold your breath for this, Master. Alright, here goes.
She's quite practiced. Is there any need for me to be holding the chair?
Ah! Achoo!
What? Whoa!
Hold the chair! Ow! Michael, what was the point? You're supposed to hold the chair. I am so sorry. I didn't think there would be that much dust. Thank you for holding the... Oh, Master? Your hand is...
What?
Your hand is, it's on... Oh! It's on my chest.
Oh, Michael. No, it was an accident. Anime lewd.
Right, it was. It's fine, really. It was my fault anyway. It's completely, totally fine.
Oh. I can't even look her in the eyes. Could this be any more painfully awkward?
So don't worry about it, Master.
Honestly, I should be apologizing for subjecting you to that. That's easier said than done. I have to do something about the stifling awkwardness. For one, it was only for a moment. I barely even realized what it was, but that's not the issue. I need something clever, some clever way to brush all this aside. Something witty that tells her I'm not bothered at all. I'm not concerned. In fact, I see no reason to be concerned at all. It felt... Michael. It felt like I was squeezing an obese rat. I hardly even perceived it was a breast. So witty. So clever.
An obese rat. An obese rat.
What?
How utterly insensitive can you be? I'm going to rip every last hair off of your head. Oh, leave my hair out of this!
No, you deserve that, Michael.
Say, Master, what did you do all this time all by yourself?
That's an exceedingly vague question.
Say, when you were really, really stupidly bored out of your mind, what did you do to keep yourself occupied?
Meditate?
Just how many times have you reached enlightenment?
I sometimes play chess, too.
Chess? Wait, by yourself?
Yes, I imagine how an opponent might react to my moves and play the other side that way.
That's kind of depressing to think about. How about this, Master? Play a game against me.
Do you know the rules?
You bet I do.
I do come from a family of merchants, so I keep up with the trends and know all sorts of games. Oh.
Prepare to meet your maker.
So, who was I supposed to prepare to meet again?
Oh. Come on, have a little mercy. You trounced me. One more time. I just wasn't at the top of my game. Oh.
When am I supposed to meet this maker?
What? How? When did you put me in checkmate? One more.
3 out of 5.
Hold on, that's not fair. Take it back. Oh, my king. Please stop.
Amateur.
No. Can't you just go a little bit easy?
You never asked me to go easy.
This isn't a game. This is slaughter. This is a one-sided massacre.
About this maker.
I'm looking right at him.
That was actually kind of fun.
No, it wasn't. It was miserable. Next time we're playing something fair.
Such as?
Let's see. Oh, I know. Arm wrestling.
Huh? Arm wrestling?
Yeah, you sit across from each other, put your elbow on the table, grab hands, and see who can pin the other down.
Who would ever willingly participate in such a primitive competition?
Not interesting then? Or are you afraid you might lose?
Alright then. I can't imagine losing to a woman.
Okay, elbow on the table. Start on my count. Ready? Go!
She's been tilling them soils, Michael! What have you been doing?
Victory!
Now he's met his maker. Heh. Look how bright everything is! This is as close to a smile as he's gonna get.
Look at them, they're just living their life in peace. Oh!
Never mind, that was a real smile. They're just, oh. It's just all you must remember. You gotta remember the good times. With each passing day, it grew less and less unusual having Giselle always at my side. I began more freely engaging in silliness, speaking my mind, showing emotion. I could say her name and Giselle would turn around and smile at me, an unimaginable sight not long ago. For 10 years I'd lived alone. Solitude had been my normal, but that was very rapidly changing at her hands. We were continually getting closer, yes, but not in a romantic sense. If I had to describe it, I would say good friends was probably the most apt. Time continued to pass on, our relationship remaining relatively stable. Eventually, summer came, bringing with it the longest periods of sunlight I'd experienced in many years. Then the leaves began falling from the trees. Before long, the world grew cold and dreary. I bet it was the obese rat comment. I think he's completely out of her zone right now. That winter, the fireplace was never without a crackling blaze in its belly. The boiled wine we drank was undoubtedly middling and cheap, but she said with a smile, "I've never had wine this good before." And though I didn't say anything, I felt the same way. The sun set much earlier. Having stopped using candles, we found ourselves habitually gathering around the fireplace when it grew dark.
Oh! He's teaching her read.
Wait, no, she doesn't need to read. I thought this was white-haired girl.
He's letting her read the books we're reading together. Ah! Reading a story by the fireplace like this almost makes it feel like we're in another world, doesn't it, Master? I bet that's why troubadours perform at pubs, because they can be near the fire. Or because there's ale. Drunkenness makes even bad singing and storytelling pleasant to the ears. Oh, you're such a cynic. That's okay, Hey.
Yes.
Do you remember when I first arrived here? When I was cleaning the library?
Please don't tell me you're bringing the obese rat incident back up.
No, not that. Before that. Before we could actually talk to each other. I believe I suggested we read something together if you ever felt the inclination.
You might have. I can't say I remember.
Are you sure about that? You turned down my proposal saying I was wasting my time. But look, it actually happened. Even if you don't remember, I'm sure you never thought this moment would come. I was, for the most part, focused on making sure things didn't get any worse between us. But to be honest, I didn't expect that there would ever actually come a time we would sit shoulder to shoulder and read a book. You never know how things might pan out.
I actually do remember. I remember how I tried to push her away, how much I mistrusted her. I was nothing but hostile towards her. People change. Perhaps if they can, so can the future. Maybe I can hope that, like our friendship, there's a chance the future might take a turn for the better.
Is something the matter?
I don't much care for hypotheticals, but if by some chance, I were someday to be able to return to that house, should that time come, that house is home to her nightmares. Even if it didn't happen until after my father was gone. It wouldn't erase what he had done to her there. She acts like nothing's wrong, though. I don't know. Have her wounds healed, or do they still remain?
Should that time come?
Should that time come, if that day comes, I will do what I can to ensure you have a comfortable life in the city. Though I will not be able to inherit the estate, I can work something out.
I see. Thank you very much.
But if you would be comfortable doing so, I would be pleased if you were to join me. Oh, I mean, as a servant.
As a servant?
Yes, a servant. We're, short on hands.
I see, a servant.
Do I really need to repeat myself? Yes, a servant.
All right. Sure, I think I will. I would like to accompany you, Master.
Food! Wait, when... Food, happy times! They're so... I love them so much. The beginning was awful. You didn't miss much with the beginning, but then after that, it got so good, and I'm so glad. They were all just really happy. They're so good.
How exciting! I'm sure a wonderful future awaits us.
I pray so.
Now back to the story. I believe we had just gotten to the point where the knight set out to defeat the monster and save the princess. I bet he was a big, buff, muscular knight.
Let's not talk about how muscular he was. Also, she beat him in arm wrestling, so he's a bit salty about that. Yeah. All of that came flooding forward. It was a very intense moment. It was a very intense moment where they kind of came to terms with everything that had happened. And now they're just really good friends, and I'm so glad. She let out a gentle laugh, and I thought I smelled something sweet on her breath. Was it her scent, or perhaps just my imagination? I had no way of knowing. We sat so close, even the slightest shift seemed sufficient to allow me to hear the sound of her heartbeat, causing mine to accelerate. Curiosities flooded my mind. What might she be thinking right now? What does she think about me? And as much as I tried to banish them, I frustratingly failed. Oh, also he can hear the voice of the witch. And we're thinking, either he's got, like, a condition, and they, banished him because witchcraft, or whatever. Or something up. But then Giselle was like, she's like, oh, this poor guy, he's been here for 10 years all alone, and now he's hearing voices. And she was like, I'll just tell me when you're hearing voices, and I'll shout even louder, and I'll be so loud, you won't be able to hear the voices anymore. And he's like, oh, okay, cool. And she's like, they're never gonna scare you. He's like, they don't scare me, though. She's like, it's fine, I'll just yell. I was just getting caught up in the moment. I had just briefly lost my way. Though I tried to convince myself otherwise, it was all in vain. When had my pulse gotten so rapid? When had my skin gotten so flushed? When, how? Oh, when, how, why was this happening to me? I thought I had already learnt my lesson, about having feelings for someone else. Uh-oh. Before long, winter retreated and our second spring came to take its place. A full year had passed since we had resumed living together, and I don't think it was my imagination that this year felt much warmer than last. Spring seemed to have arrived a bit earlier than in previous years. One night when the breeze carried on it a pleasant residual warmth, Giselle escorted me out to the garden. Babe, don't, are you the witch's curse? Are you coming in here telling us that we can't have a happy end? Oh, the villagers will not come in here. She went to the village. That's when she had a bad time. She tried to live with them for a bit, and it was really nice. And then, bad stuff happened, and she had to come back here to loot the house with the villagers. And then he was like, I'm a demon, ah! And they were like, oh no, take the girl, leave us! And he was like, no, I don't want her. And then that's when everything kind of came flooding down. So the villagers aren't gonna come back. He was like, if you come back, you will all die of the curse. And they were like, no!
Come on, master, hurry up!
It's the middle of the night, what's so important?
I just found it myself, and I couldn't wait until morning. A rose, it blossomed.
A rose? Giselle had, over the past year, cleaned up the nest of weeds that had been strangling the garden. Off to the side of a small plot of turned soil, swaying in the wind beneath the moonlight. Okay, the witch's curse was what we found out. When she went to the village, she found that the village was really big, but it only held like 100 people, and she asked the person that helped her and took it to the village what was up with that, and he was like, none of these people are from the village, they were just travelers that needed a place to stay, and they kind of just took over this place. And they said that what they found was relics of a city having been here many years ago, like centuries ago maybe. And what they could gather was that they suddenly lost everything. Like, everyone suddenly died within a week due to either famine or floods or something, or some kind of thing happened. And they blamed their whole explanation that they put down in these relics or whatever it was a witch Morgana, and that's the witch's curse. And that's where they were like, I don't know, could be a witch. That's what we found anyway. And the witch's curse is pretty much rumors about the mansion being cursed, but it's likely We don't know exactly, but it's likely that his family or someone spread that around to keep them away from the mansion. Because no one can know that he's alive. If he's known that to be alive, apparently, his family's reputation will be completely ruined. For so-and-so reasons. Because they think he's a demon, and they can't know that he's alive. Well, yeah, there could be a thing like that. It could just be because they kept telling him he was a demon child, that now he thinks, after being in this witch's mansion, that he is a demon. I don't know. It could actually be a curse, maybe, but I don't think so. Off to the side of a small plot of turned soil, swaying in the wind beneath the moonlight, was a single red rose. When did you?
Last year, I requested flower seeds. But I just couldn't get them to grow. I was starting to think they never would. But look, it's only one, but it did.
I had no idea.
Of course you didn't. I didn't tell you.
Why would you keep it from me?
I wanted to make it a gift for you, Master.
What? Why?
Roses make wonderful gifts, supposedly.
No, that's not what I meant. Why me? I haven't given you anything.
Consider it a symbol of my hopes that we'll still be this close to another a year from now.
Yeah, I know. I kind of put that together too. I know.
Consider it a symbol. Oh, yeah. If we are, then this is yours.
I don't follow her reasoning. I don't follow it at all, but... The sight of the deep red rose almost melting into the dark night was perhaps the most wondrous thing I'd ever seen in my life. I'd never understood why some people found flowers so enchanting. They were always just plants to me. But that night, was undeniably beautiful, majestic. Like a young child seeing a flower for the very first time, my hand automatically reached out for it. Not knowing the proper way to appreciate flowers, I didn't gently caress its petals or take its fragrance, but snapped its stem.
Oh, you picked it? Are you going to hang it or bring it back in your room?
When I finally processed her question, that was when I realized I probably should have left it to grow in the garden. From the base of its stem where I'd plucked it, a droplet succumbed to gravity and fell to the earth. With it came the delayed realization that I had ended the plant's life. But it was overpowered by childish possessiveness. The stunning flower was mine. Moonlight trickled down from the heavens, giving a gentle bluish tint to my hands and the smile on her face.
You're going to need a vase, then. Just give me a minute.
For the briefest moment, the moonlight must have played a trick on my mind.
Oh! It's like the scene in the tower.
Huh?
Master?
What on earth am I doing? A look of bewilderment filled Giselle's face just inches from mine, which hammered in the reality of what I had just done. The thought had crossed my mind that perhaps her black hair might prove a good backdrop for the rose, but it was supposed to remain a simple fancy.
What was that about?
An excuse. I need a good excuse, a witty line. A drawing.
A drawing?
Right. I would like to preserve it on canvas.
What? What?
I mean, that a rose on its own does not make a very compelling picture, so I would like to include you as an accessory.
Wait, you want to draw me too?
Merely as a background element. You're slightly more interesting than a vase, after all.
I've never seen you draw anything before.
I just never got the urge.
You know how?
Many years ago, my brother taught me.
I don't think I can handle being a model. I've never had a drawing done of me before. You would probably be better off with just the rose. You gave it to me, didn't you? That means I'm free to do with it as I please. I did. I didn't mean to sound rude. I had no real interest in drawing the rose, but I couldn't just take it back either. You trying to put that together now? We did have the big misunderstanding moment in which they finally had to just talk to each other to realize. Giselle had shrunk back quite visibly. I couldn't bring myself to look at her in the eyes, so I'd fled to the cellar in search of supplies to escape the oppressive awkwardness. At the far wall, I found a rectangular panel of wood and several sticks of charcoal. My materials were obviously nothing compared to what a court artist might use, but I was clearly not going to be able to do the portrait any kind of justice. God, what am I doing? I want to bury my head in the sand. Giselle was waiting for me in the stained glass chamber. It seemed she was still just as uncomfortable as when I'd left her. She gave me a fleeting glance before averting her gaze again. If only she would laugh or make a scene like usual, it would make things so much easier. Why did she have to choose now to start acting meek? What should I be doing? Stay perfectly still, please. Do you need me to pose or anything? No, just get comfortable. Look away. Oh, look away. Why? It's hard to work when you're watching me. What? I feel like I have to sneeze. Hold it in, please. Michael, no! What now? Can I see it? I've barely drawn anything yet. As long as our eyes didn't meet, I was able to observe her, and my gaze was quite clearly not focused on the rose, but Giselle. At first, I had regretted my in-the-moment proposition, but I was beginning to think it hadn't been such a bad idea. Without some sort of pretext, I would never have been able to examine her so intently. I didn't have that kind of courage. This isn't like me. But what was like me? Did I prefer being a sharp-tongued, unapproachable recluse? What was that what I wanted to strive for? Giselle was like a gale. Her mere presence dispersed a gloomy cloud that always hovered around me. Thinking about it, it's practically a miracle that we ever ended up so comfortable around each other. That she's still here right now. Light from the moon spilled through the stained glass window, taking on a multitude of pale tones before falling on her white skin and jade eyes. I'd stopped sketching at some point. What in the world was going on? One of my roses had finally bloomed, which I thought would put a smile on Michael's face. But rather than improve his mood, it made him go all strange. It had made him say he wanted to draw something. I had never seen Michael draw anything before. Ugh, I can't sit still. I tried to sneak peeks of him every once in a while, but any time our eyes met, he gave me a stern look-at-face stare. So I ended up spending a whole lot of time looking at the archangel in the stained glass window. What could he be thinking? Would this be thanks for the rose? I'm pretty sure he's not the type who would consider a drawing an expression of gratitude, so if I'm wrong about that, it'll turn my whole world upside down. Maybe he wanted to draw me. No, not possible. That would turn the world upside down even faster. He couldn't.
We're close to be sure, but we're not that kind of close. That makes it sound like Michael's attracted to me and says no way. There's absolutely no way. He compares me to an obese rat. See what you've done, Michael. He compares me to an obese rat and calls me an amateur at chess, laughing while he crushes me. So that's not what this is it? Huh? Oh, yes. If it's too much trouble, you're free to leave. This will take a very long time to complete.
Oh, no trouble.
You had a very stern look on your face is all.
I was doing a bad job at hiding it.
I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want. It was foolish of me to ask you. I'm sorry.
Honestly, it's no trouble, I mean it. You just took me by surprise, that's all.
I'm not even that great of an artist to begin with. That's not a talent I was blessed with. If I'm being honest with myself, I can't imagine anyone would be pleased to have a bad art drawn of them.
What? What's he getting so negative about?
I wasn't the only one making a face. His head was turned slightly downward, a forlorn shimmer in his eyes. I'd never seen him make such a face before. He resembled a child who had just been scorned by his mother.
I wasn't at all angry or displeased with him. It was just fine, honestly.
I had to get that through to him.
I am pleased. It doesn't matter how it turns out. You drew it for me, Master. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant.
But the moonlight shining through the stained glass was so enchanting, I lost myself in it. Oh no! I would be happy with anything drawn for me by the man I love. Everyone's being taken over by the moon. For an instant, time froze. By the time I realized what I had said, my mind was going blank and I couldn't form a coherent thought. I mean, like family. You're like an old brother to me. I meant love like love for a brother. Hey, say something, Master. Give me your usual exasperated side. Come on now. Give me your best good grief and then hurl me out of the window. What? Does he do this? Come on, please. Show me some disappointment.
Master?
When the wood panel he was using as a canvas and the chuckle in his hand crashed to the hard chapel floor, the clattering was so loud I jumped. I didn't have the presence of mind to wonder why he had knocked over the canvas, or why his hands appeared to be shaking.
Oh, let me help you with that.
I stepped towards him. And when I did, the moonlight shining down upon us intensified. And our gazes of Jade and Ruby intertwined. There was a visible rosiness in his ethereally pale cheeks.
Master?
Flickers of panic darted between the surface of his normally stony red eyes. They were trembling as he looked over at me. I was at a loss for words. One second. We must have been under the moon's spell. We weren't thinking. We stood alone in a frozen world, robbed of all rational thought. Riding the moonlight's current, his hand fell against my cheek. It was much colder than I had expected, but it felt pleasant on my flushed skin. As we drew closer, I could feel the warmth emanating from his body. I'm sure he could feel mine. The beating of my heart, too. His breathing stopped for a moment, and he gulped. He brought his head in. I closed my eyes and... Oh no. And then I shoved him away with all my strength. Michael rolled back, knocked his head on the side of a pew, and began groaning in pain, which is when I finally realized what I'd done. What have you done, Giselle? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You hurt? I'm fine. Oh, so sorry. You startled me. I really, truly didn't mean to knock you down. You should go back to your room. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you tonight. Get some rest. Good night. He turned away, marching off into the corridor and shrouded in darkness. There was a heavy air of loneliness hanging over him, which gave rise to phantom images of him actually disappearing into darkness. I'd caused that, but I hadn't realized until it was too late. It felt like someone was sitting on my chest. Why would I ever do that to him? Of course I'm going to hurt him reacting like that. Maybe I was hoping he would say it was just one of his jokes. Do I want it to be a joke? I had that option. I could pretend nothing ever happened and tomorrow go back to the way things were before. But if I did that, there would almost certainly never be a second chance. You were okay with it. You wanted it, Giselle. Quit lying to yourself. You're the one who said you loved him. And that was no mistake. You wouldn't sit shoulder to shoulder and read a book with someone you didn't care for. You wouldn't enjoy eating supper with someone you didn't like. You wouldn't be able to live happily with someone you didn't love. You have to go after him. Find him and tell the truth. What am I doing, for God's sake? I'm not in my right mind. Something about me was off today. I couldn't control myself. I was saying things I didn't mean, doing things I didn't intend to. I'd never meant to do that, but at this point I had no choice but to admit my feelings. I couldn't pretend I didn't know what they were anymore. How long had I felt this way? A week? A month? 6 months? Or maybe a full year? Had they developed when we started anew? No. The when didn't matter. It didn't change the facts. I was still attracted to her regardless of when it had begun. But she pushed me away quite literally. I sighed at myself. Why should I be disappointed? She was nothing like me. I was reclusive and unsociable. She was the exact opposite. She was the kind of person who would confidently tell someone how she felt. And she had done exactly that. That I was like a brother. Oh no. But I hadn't listened. As a matter of fact, could I have been any more presumptuous? I don't deserve to love anyone. Better this way.
Master?
What? I told you to go back to your room.
Master, I need you to listen to me, okay?
What?
About what just happened. That doesn't count. You can't count any of that.
Huh?
That I said I loved you, and that I shoved you. They don't count.
Oh. Right, I was planning to forget that anyway. So don't worry.
No, that's not what I meant. What I'm saying is that it's not something I should have done on a whim, just because the moonlight was kind of pretty tonight. It wasn't supposed to be so casual.
The way I said it doesn't get across at all how much I really care about you. It should have been something with more impact, rather. Me looking you straight into the eyes. My heart jumping around like it's on fire. That's how I should have said it. What are you? I'm saying, I want you to give me one more chance to do it right. Giselle. Calm yourself. I am calm. In no sense of the word are you calm. Fine then, I am not calm, but I am clear-headed. I mean every last word. Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much, I feel like my heart is going to explode. What? Huh? You mean, like family? Like a brother, right? Romantic love. Romantic. What? I wasn't upset back there. No, I was elated. What? My mind couldn't keep up with what it was hearing. Half out of breath where she stood, Giselle was frantically insisting that she loved me. Was I dreaming? But Master, how do you... I would like to hear how you feel about me. Assuming I interpreted that correctly, you were going in for a kiss back there, right? Right? So I can take that as your answer? Giselle looked up at me with blurry eyes. She had feelings for me. It was a miracle. I could hardly breathe. It felt like someone had struck their hand in my chest and was squeezing my heart. I just had to say yes, and a smile would spread across her face. I could bring her joy, and all it would take was a single word. I had no reason to say no. My happiness was standing right there in front of me. What more could I ask for? All I had to do was reach out and claim it for myself. I tried to do exactly that in the chapel, and I could do it again. I loved her. I was a twisted man, cast out of the world and left with nothing. I had no way to make her happy. But still, Don't tell me you've forgotten what you are. Tell me! There was no moonlight to give me that nudge. Do not feel that way about you. What? I got confused for a moment. I apologize for the misunderstanding that seems to have caused. Boo! Boo! All the color drained from her, like a flower wilting before my eyes. A heavy sigh spilled from her lips. Her jade eyes swayed lifelessly back and forth. I hadn't thought mere love could possibly have such weight, but she looked as though I had just told her she was to be executed. I see. I'm sorry. I let it get to my head. I'm sorry for making such a racket. Really, God, what was I thinking? I got way ahead of myself there. Her faux energy hurt to watch. I had hurt her, and this was the result. You wanted to protect yourself, even if it meant hurting her. Is this the witch talking to him? But look where that got you. You would have been better off just going with it, because when she learnt the truth, she would have pushed you away anyway. I'm sorry. I'll be going now. Sorry for barging in on you like that. She made her way into the shadows towards the door. There, you did it. You preserved your peace. I got the feeling she would never again turn back. Your mistake was ever getting close to anyone. What I had always wanted was right there in front of me, and I was so close to obtaining it. And you pushed her away. I actually did love her.
She would never love the real you. No, she couldn't. You're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me. Good night, Master. She was leaving. I wanted her here, and she was leaving. I simply had to acknowledge my feelings, and she would come back. Was I really content to let her go? In my weakness, I mistreated her. I hurt her. I let her go, and I was about to lose her, even though she said she loved me, and I felt the same way. Wait, please don't go. Your voice is shaking like a scared child's. What are you hoping to tell her like that? She was different. She was probably... No, she absolutely was nothing like anyone in my past. She won't be any different. I decided I would try just one more time. To believe in myself and to believe in someone else. I lied. Giselle, from the bottom of my heart, You'll regret this. No, I won't. I sincerely love you. The fragrance of rose enveloped me. Her arms, wrapped around my chest, were both imbued with strength and shaking like mad, as though the slightest touch might shatter them. Ugh! Why didn't you just say that in the first place? She said in a quavering, sniveling voice just inches from my ear. I lacked sufficient control over my mind or body to return her embrace, to run my hands through her hair, or do anything more than support her weight. I'm sorry. Jerk, bully, brute. You don't get to play this one off as a joke. I'm truly, sincerely sorry. You've given me two different stories. Tell me, which one's the truth? Were you just confused, or do you actually love me? I want to hear you say it again. The truth is, I love you. Again? I love you. Without fumbling this time. I love you, as I said several times now. Not good enough again! Have mercy, please. I'm about to die of humiliation. Can I really believe you this time? You're not going to say you were lying again? No, I won't. Then we both feel the same way about each other? Shockingly enough. What's there to be shocked about? I didn't think there was anything likable about me. Ugh, you really have to do something about such pessimism. I'll try. Oh, I'm in heaven. Oh, I'm so happy I could cry. You are crying. You are. All over me. Uh-huh. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. When you first said no, everything went black. I wasn't sure I would do anymore. I had lost all hope. I really do feel bad about that. But you had a change of heart. Now you're willing to have me. Yes. And everything I bring with me. That was the idea. Absolutely everything, right? You're pushing that point rather hard. I have a request. It's something I don't think I could ask you at any time, but now, while we're in the moment, I will do anything so long as it's within my ability. Tell me, what is it? Oh. Will you look at my naked body? What? More specifically, my scars. You are going to have to see them eventually, in which case I would like that to be now. A year ago, I'd refused to look at her scars. I had been certain I wouldn't be able to accept what they represented, the abuse my father had subjected her to. If possible, I would have preferred never having to face that. But I, more than anyone, needed to know. It was my responsibility.
I had to accept reality, not grimace or avert my eyes. I had to face up to what had been done to her. Okay. I couldn't bring myself to look at her as she hesitantly disrobed. The sound of her clothes rustling made me feel as though I was doing something incredibly improper. As much as I tried to feign calm, I was so tense my joints were practically creaking. My heart felt like it was being stepped on. I feel like I'm made of stone.
I'm ready. You can turn around.
Alright. I'll count to 10. She's laughing at me.
Feel a whole lot better seeing you so nervous.
I'm turning around.
Okay.
Her head was tilted down just enough to keep me from making out her expressions, but she couldn't hide the pink flush spreading across her cheeks. It contrasted well with her white, but not excessively pale skin, as did her jet black hair.
Sorry, it's not anything nicer to look at.
In what way was this not a pleasant sight? I'd never been more entranced by anything in my entire life. She was stunning. I had no measure of comparison, but I was certain the same sight of any other woman in the world would not have had the same effect on me. I could say as much with confidence, despite having never seen another woman nude. Hypnotized. I couldn't take my eyes off of the gentle curves of her body. Were I more socially inclined, perhaps I would have told her that she was pretty, which perhaps would have brought a sheepish smile to her face. As though I wanted to, my throat was dry as dust. All I could manage was to produce were incoherent rasps.
Please say something.
Oh.
I'm hideous, aren't I? I'm unclean.
You're not hideous.
You mean it?
I mean it. Why would you think so?
Because
You are not unclean, not in the slightest.
You mean it?
I do.
Even seeing this?
Giselle's eyes slid downwards, a trace of fear lurking just beneath the surface. Following her lead, I dropped my gaze to her lower body, and there I saw her scars. Swollen red and black gashes, still not healed after more than a year, defiled her white flesh. As she had described for me, the lines were arranged to form letters carved into her skin. Ah. So that's why she said I would have to see them eventually. My instincts told me these were wounds she would carry for the rest of her life. I felt nauseous, heartbroken, infuriated. The fact that the person who had done this was out of my reach. The fact that I could do nothing for her. What went through my father's mind when he looked at these? What did he gain from giving her these wounds? Why did he have to do this to her? Why my father of all people? Giselle was the one with the scars. Giselle was the one in pain. And I felt like someone had shoved a handful of needles into my chest. Dozens of thick metal stakes piercing the walls of my heart. Blood streaming through me like a river. If I didn't force myself to face it, I was liable to run. What was the right thing to say? What was I supposed to tell her? As hard as I thought, I couldn't come up with an answer. All I came up with was intense frustration. It killed me that I couldn't take these scars from her, that I couldn't give my father a piece of my mind. You are in no way hideous, no matter what marks are left on your body. It took all I had to form that single sentence.
Thank goodness. I'm so glad to hear that. When I was down in the village, they said it didn't matter what they did to me, because I was already dirty.
It made me think I'd reached the point where I was so tainted, anyone could see it. I'm sorry. Why should you apologize? You were frowning really intensely. I thought I might have made you mad. No, I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at my father, the villagers, and myself. May I touch them? You may. My hands were trembling, but I knew I wouldn't be doing her any favors by hesitating. As soon as my fingertips brushed against her skin, she shuddered. Does it hurt? No, there hasn't been pain in some time. I could feel it trembling where I touched her. It didn't seem like it was going to subdue anytime soon. Soon she began whimpering softly. Her lips moved as though she was trying to say something, but the best she managed was a few strained gasps. Tears had begun welling up in her eyes as well. I feel like I'm in heaven right now, but I also kind of hate myself. Hate yourself? But why? Because I can't stop shaking. I'm overjoyed to feel your touch, but I can't control my body. I know you're nothing like that, but I keep getting flashes of you doing other things in my mind. It kills me that my body won't react the way I feel in my heart. I was foolish to ever thought these wounds might have healed. Just the scars remained on her body, so too did they remain in her heart. Unlike the physical wounds, though, the ones inside her seemed to still be raw and bleeding. She just did a good job of acting normal, and I had begun to think she might have gotten past them. Of course not, you blind fool. You shoved me back there because it brought back those memories. That's right. I'm sorry. I'm really, truly sorry. Why are you apologizing? I should be the one. Do you have any desire to place a curse on him? What? Do you want to curse Antonin? If you so desire, I might be able to make it happen. Cast a curse on him, perhaps even a fatal one. I ignore the fact that he's my father. I don't consider that man family anymore. I want you to be honest with me. If hypothetically such a thing were possible, would you want to curse him? No, I would not want that. Why not? You have every right to take revenge. For what that man did, he deserves punishment. He inflicted so much pain on you, you're still shaking more than a year later. You can just let him get away with it out of the goodness of your heart? Hypothetically, if you wanted to curse him, I wouldn't do it even hypothetically. Not out of the goodness of my heart. I'm just a coward. A coward? If curses were real and he were to die by one, then I would never ever be able to forget. My resentment for him took his life. That would mean he had damaged me so permanently I was never able to get past it. I don't want that. I want to be able to forget. I'm still shaking now, but one day, I want to be able to proclaim proudly that I no longer has any control over me. But I appreciate the sentiment. Setting aside your choice of method, you asked out of concern, and that's more than enough for me. A soft smile spread across her lips, but all it inspired in me was powerlessness. She was putting on an act. What was the sentiment really more than enough? Of course not. Not when she was still trembling so much. What was I to do? What was I, unable to leave this house and helpless against the will of the Bollingers, to do? I was incapable of assuaging her pain, wasn't I? I couldn't do anything, could I? Before I throw in the towel, I need to take some real time to think, to stop running from the problem, to figure out a real way to give her what she wants. That doesn't involve curses or angry words. There has to be something only I can do. Sal. I took the hand that had been tracing her scars and slid it down her waist. Even now, her trembling showed no signs of abating. I will never, one thing I could do, hurt you again, was to wrap her trembling body in my arms. I want you here with me. All I ask of you now is to be at my side. You can be scared and you can quiver, but please don't apologize for it. Please don't feel bad about it. I promise not to turn my head away from your pain. So I ask of you, try not to keep it buried. I have no power or influence. I don't know all the right things to say. I'm a man with nothing to his name. Him give hug. The one thing I do have is a heartfelt desire to do whatever I can for you. As soon as I tightened my grip around her waist, she lurched forward, throwing her arms around me. Muffled whimpers resonated against my shoulders where she had buried her head. Eventually, they grew into unfettered sobs. And my bedchamber was enveloped in the sound of weeping. She cried like a little child. The usually strong-willed, cheerful, optimistic Giselle wailed from the depths of her soul. This past year, she had constantly been nudging me forward. It was always her leading the way. There had undoubtedly been moments where she had wanted to cry, like this, but couldn't. So starting now, I was going to try and support her too. I was sure I would mess something up, as I'd little experience being caring. I would probably anger her, probably stress her out, and probably make her cry. But I had found my resolve. I'd overcome my hesitation. I was sure I could do it, that I could create a place where she could find peace. I could surely. Giselle didn't stop crying until the sun had begun peeking over the horizon. I had, as I said, not looked away, simply holding her in silence. She had a decidedly not childlike frame, but she seemed incredibly small in my arms. We felt each other's warmth through my clothes. Between sniffles, Giselle said softly, "One day, I am certain, I'll be able to, without hesitation, be properly joined with you, and it will be wonderful. Right now, I still can't control my shaking, but eventually, I want to be able to put my hand on you too." The affection infused in each and every word was palpable. Sometime later, she drifted off to sleep, exhausted. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that at least tonight she would have pleasant dreams. I'm gonna need some more water. Feels so good. Like, there's a lot of good stuff happening. I hope it continues. Just take a little break. I know, it's so well written. I'm so surprised. Oh, I'm so glad we played this game. Oh. BRB.
Oh, wow.
Let's continue this adventure. Let me just even. Okay. Morning. No. Afternoon.
Master!
Ugh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, come on, put a little more oomph into it.
Same Giselle as always.
I must say, last night was something, Master. I didn't know you had that in you.
Just thinking about it.
Ow! Is it hurt? What was that for?
You're struck with an insatiable urge to whack you.
Whatever happened to your heartfelt desire to do whatever you can for me? I don't think hitting me counts.
You're tough enough to get over a little bonk.
You were being so nice yesterday. Where did that go?
So, would you like to explain why you're making dirty jokes first thing in the morning?
Yeah, just... I was trying to lighten the mood to hide my embarrassment.
Fair enough. Alright, but could you not joke about that in the future? I didn't actually do anything to you.
No, you didn't. Sorry. Hey, could I ask you something?
Yes.
You hardly ever use my name. It makes us feel so distant. Could you do something about that, maybe?
But, babe?
No, that's not you at all. Just go with my name, please. Look, we've graduated from a master-servant relationship to a romantic relationship, but that is a bit much.
When was this? The 12th century? Romantic relationship.
Exactly. So, in honor of the new us, let's make this last, alright? But, Michael?
Alright. I can't believe this. At the time, the light that had entered our lives seemed unreal and fantastical, but I prayed that it would indeed last, in hope of an equally bright future. I allowed myself to rejoice in the moment, letting the unconquered shadows that lurked in my peripheral remain unseen. Blackness consumes the once colorful space. Giselle still stands before me, as she did within the door, but I struggle to reconcile the two scenes. He just feels so different. They are both real. They are both her. The lively, spunky girl of the past and the lifeless girl of the present are both Giselle. As different as they seem, they are both her. Why don't we stop there? It was a wonderful story. They overcame their troubles and lived happily ever after. That's not good enough. Could not be worse than where we are now. All we have to do then is erase the now. Throw everything away, start over from where it was better. You were able to bear them because they weren't your tragedies. That goes for more than just me. Actually, as a matter of fact, those words apply even better to her than me. The ending is already set in stone. It's already happened. What point is there in watching it again? All that accomplishes is making me relive it all. The ending has not been written. We're both here now, which means our end still lies ahead of us. Then, can I ask you to promise not to let go of my hand, no matter what? No matter what happens, you mustn't let go of my hand. Now I understand. That was a request, even if she didn't perceive it as such. In place of a verbal response, I squeezed her hand in mine. I know where this tale is heading, towards tragedy. All the other doors we visited ended in tragedy. Ours is no exception. But perhaps what's waiting at the end of this one is even more dire than I imagined. The door to our past swings open once more, behind which lies the end of me and the beginning of her. I don't like that. I don't want another tragedy. A month had passed since the night with the rose. Right on schedule, the monthly delivery arrived, but in it was a letter that would dramatically change our lives. My father, Antonin, had fallen ill and died. I presumed it was the witch's doing, but she was silent, refusing to respond to my questions. If it wasn't her, then he must have died naturally. It seems more than a little tasteless to celebrate someone's death, but good taste and reality did not always agree. I was extremely relieved to hear the news. The man had raped Giselle. He had tried to have me killed. Now he was gone from the world. I'd been waiting for this moment for years. His passing had another effect as well. My death could be revoked. Many years ago. My brother had told me that when he succeeded our father, he would welcome me back to Bollinger Estate, and I could be part of the family once more. Which meant this letter signaled the end of my banishment. Oh, but it takes such a nice time here. Not sure how to feel about it. Yeah, rejoicing doesn't seem really appropriate. But this means you can return home now, right? In theory. My brother is set to take control of the estate, so he should be accommodating. I'm going to write a letter. Have them send us a carriage. It is much too long a distance to walk. All right. I'm excited. What should we do first when we get back to the capital? Oh, I know. How about you stop by my place? My mom and sister won't believe their eyes. Oh. My time in this mansion was almost at its end. The future I had only vaguely envisioned was now within my reach. I'd always spoken of this moment predicted with eventually, like it was some kind of unobtainable fantasy. But now that it was practically a reality, I realized I hadn't actually given it much thought. Hey, are you still awake? I am. Not a great night for sleeping, huh? Are you thinking about your family? It all seems so surreal. Yeah, it does. This house is like a desert island cut off from the world, which makes everything feel kind of like a fairy tale sometimes. Even what we have. From time to time, I get the feeling that nothing is real, that the outside world is just a figment of my imagination. But my entire life only ever existed within these walls.
Are you nervous?
Maybe I am. I always thought that when this day arrived, it would be more cathartic. I'm sorry. I'm finally able to take you back to the capital, and I can't seem to get past my own negativity.
It's only natural to be nervous.
I am too. I haven't spent nearly as long as you living in this mansion, but I know how you feel because I feel the same way. Not knowing what the future holds, it's scary.
You know, I was thinking, I would be okay with staying. I mean, I would love to return to the capital, and I miss my family dearly. Even if I never get to see them again, in no way would I consider myself unhappy. I honestly think I got a pretty wonderful life.
If you're not comfortable going back to that house, and you're just saying you'll endure it for me, Giselle, there are other paths we can take. You could live with your family. You could remain here in the mansion.
Not at all, no. I want to. No matter where I go, you'll be there with me, Michael. It's true. I am nervous not knowing what the future holds. But not in a scared something bad might happen kind of way. It's more in a jittery, excited anxiousness. I'm confident the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles may come our way. Together, we can create an even more wonderful future. Don't worry, Michael.
The future's nothing to be afraid of. You make it sound like I'm paralyzed with fear.
But you are, aren't you? Hey now, don't give me that look.
Once again, she's the one pushing me forward. I will make sure you have a good, happy life.
Thank you.
What?
Nothing. I'm feeling kind of sentimental, thinking about how we've only got a little time left here. It wasn't perfect, but it was an important part of my life.
Indeed.
Hey.
Yes.
Well, I think I could handle it right now, probably.
It?
Oh, use your head, you little.
I don't follow.
How can you be so dense? I mean, you know,
Touching and so forth.
you know, take the next step. I'm saying I'm feeling up for that right now. Oh, it's not proper for a woman to bring up that subject, is it? But I did kind of ask you to wait, and I feel bad for leading you on for so long. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're shaking.
I'm just really emotional, that's all. You don't need to force yourself if you're not ready. I can wait as long as you need. Besides,
Never mind. It's fine, there's no need to rush things. You don't need to worry.
yeah.
I wrote 2 letters, one to my brother and one to my mother. And one so Giselle could return, and one so I could be myself, to demonstrate who I was. I had to prove that I was not cursed, but failing to do that would not only bring her grief, it might become the final crack in the identity I'd built up for myself. I had to convince her that I was neither demon nor angel, but a human man who had fallen in love with a human woman. However, I was too foolish to realize that the future I had envisioned was nothing but a fantasy. Had I been able to grasp that, maybe I could have taken her somewhere far away, where no one knew who we were, where things might have turned out differently.
It's been really foggy out lately. Thought if we left when it was clear.
It would be terrible if the coachman rolled the carriage because he couldn't see where we were going. If there wasn't so much fog, I would probably... if there wasn't so much fog, I would probably have been able to see the little columns of orange evening sunlight fighting their way through the trees. But the milky white mist seems to swallow up the light, leaving nothing for the surrounding area.
It was rather dreary weather. I wonder when they'll be here. Although, if they never do show up, that's okay too.
I was finally able to return to the capital with Michael, to see my family again, and that was wonderful. It was like a dream come true. But it wouldn't disappoint me if that didn't end up happening. I didn't care where I ended up, as long as Michael was there with me. That's all that matters. I should probably close the windows. The coach isn't likely to show up at night, I don't think. I reached my hand to shut a window, which is when I saw something wavering beyond the heavy mist. Light. And it wasn't just one. Looking closer revealed several more flickering spots. They moved up and down, slowly but rhythmically. As more and more came into view, my mind began seeing them as people carrying torches. Coming this way? Could they be our escorts back to the capital? So... What? As soon as he thought, there sure a lot popped into my head, something whizzed past my cheek. What? Huh? What was... Huh? Why, what? It was an arrow. Giselle! What? The arrow had flown past the window and pierced the opposite wall. Had Michael not knocked me out of the way... Giselle, are you okay? I'm fine. But what? What's going on? Never mind that. Right now we need to run. Wait, Michael. Now. There's no time to talk. Stay out of sight of the windows. Got it. He grabbed my hand and broke into a run. A relentless storm of arrows showered the windows we had worked so hard to get open a year ago. That wasn't what we had gone through all that effort for. Once I opened the front door, run. We have to get as far away from this house as quickly as we can. What was happening? Why did we have to run? Why were those people firing arrows at us? As a wave of questions came a wave of fear. I couldn't say anything. The sheer terror had frozen my jaw into place. Get ready. I nodded, squeezing his hand tight. I knew it would just be another obstacle to his safe escape, but I didn't want to let go of his hand. I was afraid that if I did, I would never be able to hold it again. Are you alright? I'm fine. But how? There are people out front too? Damn it. Why? Several arrows were sticking out of the floor before us. Beyond the door, which Michael had managed to shut almost immediately, ran a cacophony of whoosh, thump, whoosh, thump. We can't escape? Why? What's going on? Damn it. With a deep scowl, Michael barred the door, and all the while the arrows kept flying. The panic in the air kept growing thicker. I don't understand. How did they... Only a handful of people even know about this place. Oh, this is all my fault. It's because I told the villagers about this place. They think a demon lives here, not a human. They're here to tear down the house. They made weapons, bows, just for this. don't. There was a deep rumble, and the ground below us shook. I almost fell to the floor. They're trying to break down the door, it seems. Michael. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. For what I did. No. What? It's not your fault, it's mine. Michael? I challenged her, because I did. She made my curse real. What are you talking about, Michael? This way, run. Michael dragged me through the mansion's corridors until we reached the chamber with the stained glass window. At the far end of the room sat a small door. Where does this lead? I had been aware of the door's presence, but I'd never gone inside it. Something about it seemed somewhat different than the rest of the house. I wasn't sure how to describe it exactly. It felt like shadows had taken root here. The observation tower. Tower? But if we go up there, we're putting ourselves in a corner. Doesn't matter where we go, they have us trapped. There's a chance that up here... He didn't finish that thought, however. He opens the door, leading me to the tower, his face deathly pale. We started running again, around and around the spiral staircase, making our way towards the top. In irregular intervals along the wall were rectangular windows. A layer of fog still lay thick across the land. Peering out into it made me feel like we had been thrown into a dream world. If it weren't for the orange spots of torchlight surrounding the mansion, the silhouettes holding the torches. Is that armor? Appeared to be knights. Michael, tell me, why do you think this is your fault? What is your curse? Your curse? It isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there? Michael's gaze was firmly directed forward as he frantically led me up the stairs. We were breathing hard, and the sound of it echoed against the tower's stone walls. Our panicked hearts were beating so hard, I was afraid they might be able to hear it outside. Eventually, we made it to the top. A pile of discarded rope lay unceremoniously at the foot of the door, presumably once used to seal it shut. The door itself was deeply weathered and rotting in places. It had obviously been left sitting in disrepair, even longer than Michael had lived there. What is this? Inside. Frigid air nipped at my skin, and it wasn't a pleasant, refreshing kind of cool, but a bitter, oppressive cold. This room felt unlike any other in the mansion. This is an observation tower? You can't even... There once would have been windows allowing you to see in all directions around the mansion, but all that remains now is that tiny opening near the ceiling. If we hide out here, there's a chance they might not find us. Sounds like they broke down the door. Don't worry, they won't find us. And when they give up their search and get out of here, I'm sure it will all turn out alright. Michael's voice was quivering, as was his hand in mine. Michael. We huddled together, feeling each other's warmth in our arms. My free hand clenched his shirt for dear life. I'm sorry. What? I'm to blame for this. It's my fault you're in this mess. The pain you had to experience, your being sent to this place, what's happening now, can all be traced back to my being born. I'm so sorry. Why was he apologizing? Why did he insist this was all his fault? Why wouldn't he tell me what this curse was? Why were people trying to kill us? Right, those people were trying to kill us. Putting it into words like that made fear much more real. The arrows they fired weren't threats. They meant to kill us. Michael. But with Michael trembling in my arms, I couldn't bring myself to ask those questions. What meaning would those answers even have with death lurking so close behind us? All I could do was pray. Pray that he was right, that he wouldn't find us, and we would be able to escape. However, over here there's a door and stairs leading up. My hopes were shattered by the sound of voices from below. I could hear a faint clanking of armor. Our grips on each other tightened, and our trembling intensified. Fear swelled within the tower, making us its slaves. Giselle. We were both terrified. And who wouldn't be? Fairy tale heroes could be magically courageous in the face of overwhelming dangers. But they weren't real. The fear of my impending death drawing nearer and nearer with each passing moment almost drove me to madness. I couldn't think clearly. My heart was having trouble keeping up. My head was a big white mess. We were supposed to return to the capital, start a new life, finally obtain our happiness. It was right there at our fingertips. Enough happiness to make up for Michael's 10 years of isolation. Enough to erase the nightmare from my memory forever. What had we done to have that taken away from us? We just loved each other and wanted a quiet life together. Nothing outrageous. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. But what scared me most was being separated from Michael. Hey, Michael. What are those people really doing here? What they're after is money or valuables. We can offer them everything in the mansion. We don't need any of it. If they don't want us to return to the capital, we can tell them we'll stay here. Because they might be willing to talk it over. I don't care if I lose everything else. As long as I have you, I can survive anywhere. All that matters was that we had our lives, so long as the two of us still breathed. But death. Death to the unholy one. Death to the heretic. Death to the witch. Fear hung over us like the fog outside. There were no heretics, no witches, no unholy ones here. They would probably never listen to us. The moment we stepped outside this room, we would be dead, no matter what we said. Michael, I'm all right. It's okay, Michael. I'm not scared. You're here with me after all. I'm fine. It's all fine. So please hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me. Finally, you speak. Michael? He wasn't looking at me, though. Unfocused eyes were directed upwards, not towards any particular point, but wandering aimlessly. His purplish lips appeared to move, as though he was speaking. No sound came out. Hey, Michael, are you alright? Come back to me, Michael. I grabbed him by the shoulders and shook, but he didn't even seem to notice. No matter how many times I called to him, he didn't look down from the emptiness above. Michael! Giselle. Finally, after far too long, his gaze slid down to meet mine. He looked defeated, exhausted, haunted all at once. I was scared too. His fear seemed to have consumed him entirely. Please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. I never thought I would find anyone who truly understood me, who would be happy to have my love. And for that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me. Michael. You, Giselle. You delivered me from the darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless, that it didn't matter if I lived or died, but now I can't stop shaking.
It's perfectly normal. I'm scared to death too, but...
What scares me most is losing you.
Michael...
I should have noticed. Noticed his arms were tensing up. Noticed and stopped him. So please allow me to repay you. I said I would do anything for you, so let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. So give me one final chance.
Michael! Well, what are you doing? Get back in here, Michael! The door. I can't open it.
Shoved on the door, trying to go after him, but it wouldn't budge, even the slightest bit. It was as though there had never been a door at all, merely a wall disguised as one. There wasn't someone holding it shut from the other side either. I pushed and I pulled with all my might, but I couldn't even manage to eke out a tiniest crack.
Michael, what did you do to the door? Come on, get back in here. I don't want to lose you either. Say something, Michael. You're out there, aren't you? Please don't do anything rash. They're going to kill you if you don't get out there. Or if you're out there.
Giselle, the witch told me.
What?
That she would ensure your safety.
Michael, she isn't real. There's no witch talking to you. It's all in your head. A figment of your imagination created to alleviate your loneliness.
Rest assured, she does not lie.
Michael!
Please listen. You are a wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited, true to yourself, deeply sympathetic. You're not to blame for how difficult your life has been. Most of the fault lies with me, and a bit of bad fortune. That's all behind you now. Once this is all over, you can start anew.
What are you talking about?
So survive, live a good, fulfilling life. Move past this, live your life, and always love your family. I know you can do it. That is my wish for you.
No, I don't want that. I want to be with you. No one else but you.
I don't want to let you die. There it is. Death to the heretic! Death to the heretic!
Death to the heretic! Get back in here, Michael. Open the door. If my choice is to live on without you, I'd rather...
Your scars will heal. You'll find a nice man. Have a wonderful life.
Bye.
Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light to my world.
Don't say that.
But if there is a next life, I hope you don't mind if I pray that we're able to meet again. If we can find each other once more, in another world.
Michael.
Michael. It is our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who made a pact with the devil.
Come on, Michael, open the door.
You are sentenced to death, your body to be hanged upon the cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your unholy flesh shall be purified by the fires of heaven. Why? What are you doing here?
Open the door, Michael, please. Listen to me. You can hear me out there, can't you?
You shall now be executed. Do you have any final words? Who is it you're sentencing to death? Michael Bollinger, or a demon child, naturally? Or a witch, perhaps?
Please open the door. Why won't you open it? He's not holy or impure. He's a perfectly normal human and a very sweet man. I'm the witch. The witch is in here. I'm the one you want to execute. Kill me. Execute me.
Now I see, Giselle. This world. Kill him.
Not again.
So many blades pierced my flesh. A sword in my chest, lances in my arms and shoulders, arrows in both of my legs. I could hardly even tell what hurt anymore. There was an unpleasant hiss sound in the tower, almost like a heavy rain. It was the sound of my blood spilling onto the stone. Red. It was red, just like anyone else's blood. It didn't flow into unnatural patterns. It didn't turn into black demonic shadows. It didn't cause anyone who touched it harm. It was just ordinary red blood. Regardless, this body was probably still cursed. It had to be. I couldn't hear Giselle's voice anymore. I hoped she was safe and alive. I prayed that at least she would be protected. That the witch would keep her promise. It was getting dark. Light was quickly departing from my world. Darkness everlasting dragged me down into its pits. I believed in you.
Michael? Michael? Hey, say something. Talk to me. What's going on? What's going on here?
No, this can't be happening. An impossibly heavy thud came from beyond the door. And with it, Michael fell silent. Then intermittent squelching sounds as someone slid down the door.
No, no. No, this can't be. Why? Why?
I pounded on the door with all my strength, but it seemed to refuse to give. Skin on my hands eventually going raw and beginning to seep blood.
Why? Why should Michael have to be killed? Tell me why. Take me with you. Please don't leave me behind. That man isn't a witch. He isn't cursed. I'm cursed, not him. Don't hang him. Don't humiliate him like that. Kill me instead. Please.
Again and again and again, I pounded on the door. But the self-described knights from the other side seemed to not even be aware of my presence. They seemed unable to hear my cries. Their armor clanking with each step, they began to descend the staircase, and with it, I could hear sounds of someone being dragged slowly across the floor.
No, don't take him away. Stop, don't take Michael away from me. I'm begging you.
But my pleas were in vain. My hopes was for naught. The knights took him away. Took him somewhere out of my reach. For all eternity.
Don't take him away from me. Michael.
After much, much too long, the door swung open all on its own. It happened so unceremoniously, it was hard to believe I'd actually been trapped inside. I had no idea how much time had passed. But the chill in the air suggested it was deep into the night, and with the biting cold, there was the stench of blood.
Why? Why? Michael, I never wanted this.
Didn't understand at all, Michael. You didn't know the depths of my feelings for you. You didn't know how intensely I wanted you, how fervently I loved you. I was never going to be able to find someone else and live happily with them. It had to be you. The thought of anyone else touching me terrified me. You just didn't understand. I don't want to live in this stupid world. The time I spent with you truly was the happiest time of my life. I remember. I remember everything now. You died on that day. You were killed. You disappeared from this world and left me behind. That's right. I remember. I remember the pain, the agony of death, and the fear. I did indeed die that day. You refused to listen to me. You have any idea how it felt to feel you dying from the other side of that door? Giselle, I wanted you to take me with you. Is this what you so wanted to see? My memories, the traces of my life on this earth, end there. In order to find your truth, we need more of the story. Very well then. If you want more story, I will tell you more. What comes next is both a continuation and a brand new tale. The Maid's Tale. When you've heard it all, I expect you to commend me for not forgetting how to smile. We haven't completely cut through the darkness yet. Nocting wind blows past me. At the same time, I'm gripped with an overwhelming urge to break down into tears. Perhaps this is the solitude she felt for so long. I have to face this. I have the responsibility to her to do so. And I have to atone for being such a misguided fool all those many years ago, convinced that I was doing what was best. Moonlight spell. What? Huh. Interesting. We've been going on for 4 hours and 20 minutes now, and I think this is gonna be its own thing now, so how about we stop here? One more week. I know. Who knows? I don't know. I could technically continue, but I think it would be good to start this on its own. Yeah. I think that was a good place to end. Yeah. I wonder what they're doing now, though. Or, like, I wonder what's happening with them now. You know? So many things are happening. So curious about. Let me save real quick. Before I forget. Save over the end of me. Yes. Now the Maid's Tale. And let's put some happy music. Some uh uh hold up. Don't worry about it. Oh hey, she's chill.
너와 손을 잡고 걸어갈 때면 나는 항상 노래 부르지 랄라라 이상하게
Ooh.
너와 있을 때면
Let's let this play out, and then I am gonna end, and we can do something else to chill down later. How about that?
너와 손을 잡고 걸어갈
I don't know. I feel like I know that was a sad ending, a sad beginning, but yeah, there was a lot of good in there, and I don't feel completely upset now. I feel kind of like, you know, I'm really looking forward to how this ends as a whole now. Because this has the potential to be really nice. If they don't want to go with the Yoko Taro, everyone suffers at the end thing. So I hope it goes in a great direction. And it's just me leaving now. Bye-bye. I want to go get some tea and stuff. So these characters will be happy because, oh man, they're so good. They're so well written. So many things I'm curious about. And I refuse. Don't, by the way, Flint. I heard from someone that you should not go looking at the music. Unless you're looking at like previous music. But apparently people be posting spoilies in there. Some of it's like really light. But yeah. And also like don't listen to music from the future. Which I have completely avoided. Because you know. Anyway, it's just me being my mama.
시간아 잠시 동안만 멈춰줄래 너는 너무 빨리 가는 것 같아 조금만 아주 조금만 천천히 천천히 가주겠니 시간아 천천히 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 가주겠니